Yeah.
Scarelli.
Yeah. What are my instructions?
The syndicate has decided to introduce the widespread use of marijuana into Central City.
That's a cinch. How rough can I get?
We are not interested in methods, only results.
You'll get 'em.
1 month from today, we will expect 200 regular marijuana addicts among the high school students.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, brilliant young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's true identity is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris, who is listening now as the Whisperer completes his call to his superiors in the crime syndicate in New York City.
New York.
Central City reporting. Instructions conveyed to Scarelli will keep you informed.
Oh, Phil, did you have to give those instructions?
Yes, Ellen. As soon as I receive them from my superiors in the syndicate, I must pass them on.
But marijuana means broken lives, heartbreak for parents, too.
I know that, Ellen, but if I refuse, the syndicate will liquidate me before the day is over.
How will Scarelli start this tragedy?
Well, he'll find a high school boy or girl who is a leader and induce them to start selling marijuana.
Well, couldn't we warn the PTA?
No. We must let Scarelli make his contact, then catch him and his men with enough evidence to send him to prison.
Meanwhile, some boy or girl becomes an addict.
They won't work that way. They'll set up a party, spike the drinks, and when everyone is happy, they'll pass out 1 or 2 or as many cigarettes as it takes to get them high.
How terrible.
But until that party, we needn't worry about whoever Scarelli contacts.
Well, that makes me feel somewhat better.
Say, how about leaving the office and having a soda, huh?
Can't. However, if you should just happen, mind you, to come back around 4?
Well, I'll be here with bells on.
That won't be necessary. As you see, we furnish our own bells.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Scarelli, smartly dressed and spending freely, mixes and mingles with the high school crowd, watching, listening for something which will point out a likely student to become his head marijuana pusher. Then...
They told me you're pretty good on that motorcycle, Scrappy.
Huh? Oh, yeah, guess I am at that.
My name is Scarelli.
I'm Scrappy Ritz.
I got a pretty hot
Hi,
car.
Mo.
Hey, it's you.
Hiya, Scrappy.
Hiya, Nola. Conserving sweaters and what a goo.
You can serve. I'm starved. Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
Feed that Pete Andrade record a nickel, will you?
Sure.
He really sends me.
Come down.
Send.
Hey, my bike's outside. How about a spin, huh?
Sorry, Jimmy Bivens is picking me up.
That moldy fig. And how about tonight?
Jimmy Bivens.
I kind of counted on it.
You overlooked one thing.
That convertible?
George.
I didn't overlook it. I ignored it.
Your mistake. Never overlook a convertible. Bye. Thanks for the goo.
What's the rush?
Oh, there's Jimmy pulling up outside. Don't think any wooden kefavers. Okay, Jimmy.
That's really burning it, huh?
Huh? Oh, you again. Yeah. Jimmy got a Merc 300 with trimmings.
Yeah? How much that job cost?
$1,500.
I know where a hard worker could make that kind of money.
It don't grow on bushes, friend.
The name's Scarelli. How about dropping in tonight and we'll talk it over, huh?
Where?
Main Hotel, room 1201. 8 o'clock?
I'll be there.
mind telling me why you brought me all the way across town to the hangout for that soda?
I love your company.
That I sometimes doubt. No, you had some other reason.
Well, Alan, if I were Scarelli, I'd hang around, ask questions, spot a likely pusher, and then make contact.
And you're going to see if Scarelli has been here?
You're a woman of unusual perception. Park it here, as we used to say in my high school days.
Well, 23 Skidoo to you, too.
Name it, Mopes.
Mopes?
Okay, squares.
Oh, that I get.
Well, don't lug it. What goose?
Goose?
Goose. What do you want?
Oh.
I've had conversations like this in nightmares.
Look, could we just talk to you?
Jive, dig.
Huh?
Would you humor an old man and just use plain English?
You do. Speak it.
When I have to.
Splendid. We found a ground for mutual understanding. Has an older man, probably well-dressed...
Gook.
I'll start over. Has a gook been asking...
Waxing.
Okay. Has a gook been waxing don't tell me... Mope?
George.
Who?
Scrappy wrist. The Gook's waxing him about a hot rod.
Oh, now I see.
Wanna bet?
Don't expose me. Where does Scrappy live?
834 Canal Street.
Octagon.
Huh?
I said octagon. That means thanks from 2 squares.
Yes.
We'd like to talk to Scrappy, please.
Oh, dear, he isn't in trouble again.
Oh, no, Mrs. Riss. I'm a lawyer, and I wanted to talk with him about working for me in my office.
Oh, well, come in, Mr.
Galt. And this is Miss Norris.
Oh, how do you do? I wanted Scrappy to go to work. It isn't that he's a bad boy. It's just that he wants so many things and sometimes takes shortcuts to get them. Oh, Scrappy!
I heard what he said, Mom.
Son, I want you to meet...
How much would the job pay?
Well, I could start you at 20 a week.
Chicken feed. I know where I can get...
More? Is that what you were going to say?
Let it go.
Scrappy, easy money usually means risks. The risk of getting caught.
Oh, son, what are you
I don't know what he's talking about.
And I hope you never will, Scrappy, but I'm a lawyer. And if you ever need help, consider yourself my client. Good evening, Mrs. Riss. Scrappy.
Goodbye.
Didn't you warn Scrappy?
No, I think he's basically a good kid, but a poor actor. If I warned him, his behavior might put Scarelli on his guard.
Can't we follow Scrappy? Let him lead us to Scarelli?
Look there.
What, do you mean the motorcycle?
How long do you think we could keep up with that? No, Ellen, when the time comes, we'll find another way of contacting Scarelli. Now, come on. I have to make a call to the syndicate.
New York.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Scarelli has found a good high school contact. He's in love, and his rival owns a hot rod.
Keep us informed.
Phil, every time you use that voice, it gives me goosebumps.
That whisper was the only sound I could make when I first met you.
I know, but I'll never get used to it. Oh, by the way, somehow we've been sidetracked on that soda. Could we...
Later. Right now, we have a date to park in front of Scrappy Riss's house until he returns from his meeting with Scarelli.
But that may be ours.
Well, parking can be fun if it's properly approached.
Oh, no, Mope. I may lag in modern idioms, but some things haven't changed since I left high school.
Where you been, Scarelli? Setting up a pigeon. He's ripe. He's a tough kid in love, and he wants a hot rod.
Well, it sounds like he's already hooked.
Yeah, I'm counting on that. But kids are funny, so...
So, I stand by downstairs just in case, huh?
Yeah, just in case. That's probably him out the back way in a hurry.
Gotcha.
Be right with you. Well, come in, Scrappy. You're right on time.
Hey, this joint's a real McCoy.
$30 a day, Scrappy. Always travel first class. It's the only way to live.
If you have the money.
The right guy always has the money.
And you think that's me, huh?
I do. I've been watching you, Scrappy. You're smart, you're tough, and you're a leader. Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Hey, what kind of cigarette is this?
Marijuana?
What's the idea? You're trying to make an addict of me?
At one time, Scrappy, they arrested you for drinking whiskey. But now we're more enlightened, and whiskey is offered for legal sale. Well, in 10 years, the same will be true of marijuana.
Yeah, I think I'll go now, Mr. Scarelli.
Scrappy, I like you. How would you like to make $200 a week?
$200 a week?
At least.
My old man never made that much.
But you can. We organize 10 groups of 20 friends. Each stick costs 50 cents. At first, your customers will average 3 a week. That's $600 a week.
Yeah, and 10% of 600 is still 60.
Only at first. Once they get the habit,
Yeah,
why...
you can stop right there.
That's merely a figure of speech. Later, they'll enjoy maybe 3 a day, and that nets $2,100 a week, or $210 for you.
Oh, no. For this, I'll not go to jail.
Just a minute.
You intend to try to stop me?
No, of course not, son. Of course not. Come on, I'll give you time to think it over. Now, just to show you there's no hard feelings, Scrappy, I'll give you a drive in my car. Here it is. Did you like it?
Who wouldn't?
Cost $20,000. British job, 362. Slip under the wheel, twirl it around the block.
Hey, you really mean it?
Of course I do. Get in and I'll brief you, and then you can burn the rubber.
Hey, this baby really turns over.
Yeah. Do a power turn around that corner by my hotel.
Okay, here goes.
Good boy, you can really drive. Hey, look out, look out! Yes, son. He's dead.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, if we report this, you get 20 years.
But it was an accident.
That's why I'm going to help you. Now, help me put his body in the trunk, and I'll get rid of it where they'll never find it.
That might get you in trouble.
I'll take that risk, provided you'll be my head pusher.
You mean marijuana? But I already told you.
Either that or 20 years. Which will it be? Hurry.
All right. I'll sell you marijuana.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, the man who walks on the thin edge of death as he lives a double identity. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as The Whisperer, has ordered the introduction of marijuana into the high school. Now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, he and Ellen are parked outside Scrappy's house when an imported car drives up.
It's Scrappy, all right.
I've never seen that car before.
It's bound to be Scarelli.
No doubt about it.
Hadn't we better follow him?
I think it's more important to talk to Scrappy. Scrappy,
What? Who's there?
It's Mr. Galt.
I want to talk to you.
are you in trouble?
No. Why should I be?
Well, just remember what I said earlier today about being your friend. Let me know if you get in over your head.
Get in. That's a laugh. I'm already in 10 times deeper than that.
Something dreadful has happened tonight. You should have stopped it.
That was my first mistake, Ellen. My second was in not following Scarelli. Now we've got to find him if it takes all night. Oh, well, that's that. We've checked every motel, garage, and hotel in town. That foreign car has disappeared.
Could we stop for a goo before you drop me off at my place?
Of course. Come on, Mope.
That all-night diner looks wonderful to me.
In you go. 2 hamburgers with everything.
Did we overlook any place where Scarelli might...
Helen, no names.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me. With my girth, I need more room to pass.
Oh, sorry.
Well, thank you very much.
Bill, I've seen him.
Oh.
That man going into the phone.
My Scrappy, awake at 3:15?
What do you want?
A man named Galt is searching for my car. It's hidden at the casino, but if he finds it, those fingerprints will hang in.
But Mr. Scarelli...
You must get rid of Galt.
No.
I'll be at your house by 3:25. Be ready.
But I...
They can't hang you any higher for 2 murders than for 1.
The goo was delicious.
Well, in that case, do you mind if I stop and pick up something at my place?
Oh, my, no. I'm used to joyriding at 3:30 in the morning.
I'll only be a moment.
Bill!
Keep down.
Shoot again. No, leave me alone.
Getting away.
Scarelli is, yes, but Scrappy shot at me.
Mr. Galt.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Come on inside, kid. We've got a lot to talk over. So Scarelli's staying at the main hotel.
Bill, what are you going to do?
Scrappy, we have a job to do. Can you regain his confidence?
I'll try.
His next move will be to set up a party where he'll pass out marijuana. Can you learn the time and place and phone me?
Yes, sir, but what happens when this is over?
Then, Scrappy, it looks as though you'll have to stand trial for manslaughter. Now, I think you'd better go home.
After Scrappy leaves, Philip Galt dials the main hotel. As the receiver at the other end is lifted, he speaks in the voice of the Whisperer.
Mr. Scarelli, please. When? Just now. Thank you.
He's checked out?
10 minutes ago. That means he knows we've talked to Scrappy.
Who are you calling?
Scrappy's mother. He must stay at home until I can get there. His life depends on it.
Welcome home, Scrappy.
Huh?
You bungled it.
Yeah, I know it.
Did Galt see you tonight?
Oh, no.
All right. Tomorrow night we're giving a party at the casino for 20 of your friends.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
You'll call them with my gun in your ribs.
Huh?
When you finish, you'll be locked in the refrigerator vault.
Why are you doing this?
I saw you come out of Galt's place. Scrappy, your number is really up.
Did you find him?
Oh, I've looked all day without a trace. But I did learn that Scarelli's giving a party tonight for teenagers at the casino.
The casino.
My guess is that Scrappy's a prisoner there.
What time is the party?
It's already underway. I'm going out now and try to rescue Scrappy. Ellen, phone Lieutenant Denvers. Tell him to surround the casino. When I fire 2 shots, have his men crash in. Now, you got that?
2 shots. Right.
Good girl. It must be timed right. Too soon, no evidence. Too late, a lot of fine kids will be headed for a place I'd rather they didn't go.
Well, good evening, Mr. Galt. I've been waiting for more than an hour.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Scarelli.
I'll take your gun. Thank you. Come on. As you can hear, my party is in progress.
So it would seem.
And here.
Very substantial.
It's the meat storage vault. However, the walls are thin enough that you can hear the happenings. And later, well, we'll discuss that later. Now, if you'll excuse me, my guests are waiting.
Mr. Galt?
You all right, Scrappy?
I'm half frozen. I was afraid you wouldn't get here in time.
Has he passed out any marijuana?
No, but he's getting ready to. Hey, listen.
Are you kids having fun?
All right, then, I've got something you're going to really go for. Everybody step up and get a free cigarette.
Oh, no, we got to do something. Those kids don't know what's about to happen.
The police may be here by now.
Police, you got a signal?
2 gunshots.
Oh, you're going to get a gun.
Move this empty cardboard carton over there while I break this window with this chicken.
Chicken?
It's frozen, hard as a hammer.
Here's the carton. What now?
Your belt.
All right. But why?
I'll double it. Now stand back. I've heard they do this on the radio. I hope it wasn't just publicity. It worked!
Oh, no.
Over here in the refrigerator.
Refrigerator?
Open the door. Scarelli must have got away. Thanks. I'll stay back.
All right, you kids, toss those cigarettes in the fireplace. Move now. I'll shoot the first one who tells where they got one.
He's getting rid of the evidence.
You over there, move.
Scarelli.
What?
Drop that gun.
Go.
Drop it, Scarelli. All right, everybody, it's all over. The police will be here, and take over.
Condemned.
Well, this is a haul. Outside we grab the drivers and the marijuana, and inside we find Philip Galt, boy murderer.
That man has narcotics on his body, and he shot first, Lieutenant.
You wish?
I have 30 witnesses to prove it.
We'll pass that for now. How'd you know about this unless you're implicated in the marijuana business?
My client, Scrappy Wrist, told me.
Oh, that right, Scrappy?
Yes, sir.
Then you must be implicated in this, too.
No, sir,
My client is innocent of any wrong intent. He was coerced.
No use, Mr. Gall. I can't take it any longer. I killed a man.
Oh. In that case, Scrappy, you're under arrest.
Lieutenant, before you do a foolish thing, can we see the prisoners?
Well, it won't help Scrappy, but... Morrison, bring in the prisoners.
Do any of them look familiar, Scrappy?
What? Hey, it can't be. It's the man I ran over.
There's the man you thought you ran over. He and Scarelli pulled the old insurance gag. This man screamed, acted as though the car hit him, and fell.
Yeah, but I helped put him in the trunk.
And we're too excited to notice that he wasn't even injured.
All right. You, what's your name?
Ed.
Is this true? Talk up.
Yeah. And that's all I'm going to say.
You said enough. Well, Galt, looks like you're clean. What are you going to do with these kids?
I'd suggest that you take them to the station, Lieutenant. Call their parents and show them how narrowly Central City averted a tragedy. You might also suggest that the PTA show some of the fine educational films available on marijuana and how it leads to a worse addiction. Tonight's event should prove that it can happen here. Only an alerted and enlightened public can prevent its further spread.
Phil, now that it's over, can I please have that soda?
Just as soon as I contact the syndicate. Just take a minute. I've already given the operator... Shh.
Yes.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Scarelli bungled. The entire gang captured. The public is vigorously aroused. I advise that present plans be discontinued.
We will take such action. For new instructions, call Chicago at midnight.
Chicago at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kralbein, Jerry Farber, Alice Backus, Eddie Firestone, Paul Frees, and Ruth Parrott. Script was by Ann Gill, original music by Johnny Duffy, and the entire production was directed by Bill Karn. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
We hope that you've enjoyed this recording, and for more happy listening, please visit otrcat.com. Cat.com. Cat.com. Cat.
The Whisperer. The Whisperer.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt's brilliant young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the true identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now, in the oak-paneled office of Philip Galt, counselor at law, she watches him at the telephone, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer as he talks with his superiors of the syndicate in New York.
Hello, New York. Instruction passed on to Mason. Will report progress.
Is that all?
All of what, Ellen?
That voice for tonight. You know what it sounds like?
Poor guy with an affliction who walked into your office and asked for help.
And God help. And it's not exactly my office. Dr. Lee likes to think it's his. I just worked there. But he didn't restore your voice so you could go on talking in that horrible whisper.
Oh, Ellen, we're not going into that again.
We are, if you've got more of this syndicate business to take care of tonight.
Sweetheart, tonight,
Yes?
I've got a chore for you.
Oh, goody.
No, I'm serious.
Far away.
It requires a delicate touch.
Mine's like a bird.
A buzzard?
Still gone.
Okay, listen. There's a newspaper reporter, Fell, Tommy Fell, a sharp boy, and he's been taking a dim view of the syndicate's activities in this town and broadcasting his opinion in his newspaper.
Good for him.
Yes, except that now he's in real trouble.
The syndicate's after him, and you've got to save him. Now that you've put the finger on him.
We've got to save him.
Where do I fit in?
Well, I know that Mason is supposed to shoot Fell at the Club 17. That would mean that Fell's going to be there.
Club 17, the gambling club.
Uh-huh. Unfortunately, being only one thread of the syndicate, I don't know what the other threads are or how they're working. For instance, I don't know what time the shooting's going to take place, how the syndicate knows Farrell's going to be there, or what this Mason, whom I spoke to, looks like.
Well, a lot of things you don't know.
That's where you come in, Ellen. Across the street from the Bulletin is a cafe called Bluebell. The newspaper boys congregate there for their beer and Skittles.
What is Skittles?
And the slightest idea. Anyway, the delicate touch I've been talking about is whether you can take care of Tommy Farrell.
Oh, buddy.
Make like a siren. Try to keep him from going to the Club 17 tonight.
Well, it might be interesting. Young?
I don't know.
Does he have a sense of humor?
Definitely. Some very clever cracks about the syndicate in his newspaper articles.
Well, what are you going to do in the meantime?
Snoop around, try to find out who Mason is, and get in his hair in case you don't succeed in charming Farrell away.
Oh, it sounds like a challenge, and I accept. No holds barred.
Now, wait a minute. You... Hello?
Hello?
Why, yes, Lieutenant Denver.
There's a guy down here I'd like you to see. Fellow by the name of Euban.
Don't know any Euban, Lieutenant. Especially any Euban in trouble with homicide.
Not homicide, it's vice. Euban owns and operates the Club 17.
Club 7... Oh, that's very interesting, Lieutenant.
I just happen to be around, and Euban doesn't have an attorney. Of course, if you're not interested.
Business, Lieutenant? Of course I'm interested. What's the charge against Euban?
Running and operating a gambling casino. What else?
I'll be right down. Well, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
Well, why did the police pick this particular time to book the owner of the Club 17? That's where the shooting's supposed to take place. Something's cooking, Ellen.
Well, before it gets to a boil, I'm off to intercept reporter Tommy Farrell. He sounds very romantic.
Now, just stick to the necessities, Ellen. Don't take this job too much to heart. Mr. Euban?
Yes. Who are you?
Your attorney.
I don't have an attorney, and I don't want one.
A man in your position without legal representation?
I fired him. I got tired of taking these routes from the police.
I've already set the machinery in motion to get you out.
Says who? What right?
You don't want out?
You catch on quickly. Now you can stop that machinery you were talking about.
I think I catch on to something else, too.
Huh?
You arranged to have yourself picked up.
What?
You want to be in jail tonight, so you won't possibly be connected with something that's going to happen in your club tonight.
You're a smart lad.
Not so smart. Even the cops could figure that out. Here you are in jail, and you don't want to get out. What other reason could there be? Couldn't be an alibi, could it?
You're a pretty clever sizer, Galt. But I play this my way. I'm staying put.
Okay, Euban. But you might find out that your way will be mighty painful.
Oh, can I see a minute?
As soon as I make a quick phone call, Lieutenant.
I suppose, as usual, you want privacy. Use that phone booth over there.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Operator, New York City, circle 1879.
Circle 1879.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Euban had himself put in jail so that he won't be at his club for tonight's little party.
He did?
An obvious attempt at an alibi. It looked at police off. We knew what was coming. Bad reverberations for the syndicate.
Right. We'll take care of it. You'll be at the club as usual tonight.
Good. I'll check with you after mission is accomplished.
Well, Mr. Galt, you spend a lot of time in phone booths.
I'm developing telephonia, Lieutenant. Now, tell me why you called me for this little job.
Oh, I like the way you operate, Galt.
Uh-huh. And I like you, too, Lieutenant. How come you've forsaken homicide for the Vice Squad?
Extracurricular work. Boys in the detail are a little rushed.
Yeah. Why'd you want Euban released?
Oh, did I want him released?
A raid tonight? You want to catch him there, is that it?
A raid? Now, how could you think a thing like that?
Okay, Lieutenant. All I want to know is why you picked Club 17 tonight. Who made the complaint?
Well, you got the best of me, Galt.
And why are you so interested in vice and gangster detail stuff?
You tell me why.
Because you smell homicide, Lieutenant. And you smell homicide whenever the syndicate is involved.
Oh?
Is Euban part of the syndicate?
I wish I knew.
But you suspect he is. And that's why you called me? Because lately you've been spotting me at some of the syndicate's finaglings?
Probably just a coincidence, Galt.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe I'll see you later on tonight at Club 17.
Oh, why don't you stay a while and chat?
I'd love to, Lieutenant. But right now I'm on my way to see a lady about a reporter.
In the meantime, Ellen Norris enters the smoke-filled Bluebell Cafe to fulfill the mission assigned her by Philip Galt, alias the Whisperer. A mission designed to keep Thomas Farrell from going to the Club 17, where a killer waits for him.
What'll it be, lady?
Shot beer, please. A tall one. Oh, and some Skittles, please.
Huh? Skittles?
Please. I've always wanted to find out what they were.
I don't know. Hey, mister, you know what's a Skittle?
Skittles?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I've used the phrase myself, beer and Skittles. Maybe it's some kind of beef jerky.
Tall beer. Very tall.
Oh, thank you. Keep the change.
What? Well, what do you know?
Shouldn't have done that.
What? They shouldn't have done what?
Give him that dime. We'll spoil him. You leave it on the counter and keep looking at it soulfully while he serves the rest of us poor newspapermen.
Oh, newspapermen? Oh. Do you know, T. Powell?
Well, I grew up with him.
Really? I've been reading his articles in the bulletin. I think he's wonderful.
So do I. Well, let's not get maudlin about this. I'm T. Farrell.
Oh.
Let's sit down and get away from this hoi polloi, huh?
Hoi polloi?
Yeah, it's kind of people you shouldn't associate with. In this case, other reporters or the men. Oh, here, this is fine. Hey, tell me, what are you doing in this bar?
Having a beer? You're not old.
Oh, not yet.
And you're rather distinguished looking. Those gray hairs around your temples. They're very attractive.
Those are typewriter hairs. I get them with my fingers poised over a typewriter trying to dream up the perfect word. Yeah, sometimes I sit like that for hours. You have to shake me to get me awake.
But now you're all through for the day.
Until later.
Oh?
Duty.
Oh.
If the law wasn't going to be mixed up in it, I'd ask you to come along.
Oh, I wasn't thinking anything like that. I thought maybe you'd like to come on a party. I'm going to.
You see, that's what happens to me every time. Duty, duty. Where is this party? I'll make it later.
Oh, no, it's all right. Some other time.
No, wait. I got an idea. One of the boys will take him. I'll join in later. I got to be somewhere about 11, but it shouldn't take more than 3/4 of an hour.
No, some other time. It's all right.
Oh, you're disappointed.
No.
Look, sweetheart, I haven't had a stroke of luck like this since a little Belgian gal I met in the Battle of the Bulge.
Well, if any old appointment makes that much difference, it's quite all right, Mr. Bell.
Well, how about having another beer and waiting for me right here, huh?
Anybody here know what Skittles are?
Uh-oh. What is this, sweetie?
I don't know.
Quite a line to come in on. Skittles.
Oh, hello there. I'm connected with the Encyclopedia Britannica, and we're tracing the derivation.
What's your angle, Sonny? You know this young lady?
I just want to know what Skittles are.
Looks like too much of a coincidence. Don't crowd, Sonny. I don't like the question. I don't like the setup here, and I don't like you.
Hey, out of my way. No, wait a minute.
No, he's going away. He's going to Club 17.
Yes, Ellen, and now that he's suspicious, we won't be able to stop him.
So?
So we go out to Club 17, and unless we do better there than we did here, Farrell is going to get murdered.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, the man who walks the thin edge of death, living a double identity. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. 25 years ago this year, the National Broadcasting Company was founded. It was during this same period that an era of jazz, mahjong, and the Lucky Lindy flourished. You'll step into the world of the Roaring Twenties every Wednesday evening if you'll tune for Pete Kelly's Blues on this station. Pete Kelly's Blues. It's about the big music and the big trouble and the big roar of the 20s. Pete Kelly's Blues, Wednesday. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, has set in motion the syndicate's plan to kill Thomas Farrell, newspaper reporter who's been uncovering some of the syndicate's activities. Then, in his real identity as Philip Galt's counselor at law, he sent Ellen Norris to keep Farrell from going to the Club 17. But Farrell became suspicious and headed for the club, where a killer waits for him. Phil and Ellen follow in Phil's car, hoping they will reach the gambling club in time to prevent his death.
I'll have to get this motor checked. I can't seem to get any speed out of it at all.
You're doing 70 now.
Farrell has quite a head start on it. We could get there too late.
What happened downtown with Lieutenant Denby?
Euban, the owner of Club 17, had himself rousted this evening.
Had himself? You mean deliberately?
That's what I mean. Evidently, he knows about the setup for Tommy Farrell, and he wanted to make sure he wasn't around when it happened. A perfect alibi for him would have been if he was in jail.
Oh.
I pointed out to him how illogical that was. He was in jail of his own choosing, and it showed complicity with what was going to happen.
So you got him out?
He still wouldn't leave, Ellen. I had to do it through the syndicate.
Now what?
I wish I knew. We get to the Club 17 as fast as we can.
His fellow Mason will be there waiting to kill Farrell.
Yes?
And you don't know Mason?
Only his voice.
The way this syndicate works. One finger doesn't know what the other finger is doing, let alone a hand.
It's tough.
And it's tougher on you and on me. Oh, you'll get caught, Phil. You can take chances only so many times, and then the law of averages runs out.
Ellen.
All right, I'm not going into that again. We're going up to the Club 17 to stop a murder. We don't know who the murderer is or how he'll try to do his murdering. Should be simple.
A couple of things I don't understand about this.
If somebody wants to kill somebody else, the chances are 10,000 in 10,001 he's going to do it. You can't stop him.
We can try. I'll be quiet a moment and listen.
Okay.
Ellen, why'd Lieutenant Denver want me to get Euban out of jail?
Maybe he likes to keep his jails clean.
And what takes Farrell up to Club 17 this evening?
Could be he's after stories. He is a reporter, you know.
Sure. But what story?
I don't know.
Maybe it's connected with Lieutenant Denver. Maybe... I got it.
Well?
Have you any objections to getting caught in a raid?
It depends on what kind of raid.
On a gambling club. Cops swarming all over the place. Pistols out. A lot of excitement. Maybe a gun goes
And
off.
Tommy Farrell gets the bullet. I think Denver knows the syndicate is mixed up in this.
I'm sure of it. That's why he's getting involved in it, even though it isn't homicide business.
And about Tommy Farrell being there. He must have been tipped off to the raid.
Uh-huh, by some member of the syndicate. To get him there and have him killed in the commotion. The poor guy doesn't have any idea what he's walking into.
The Whisperer has his function. Euban has another function. The police are Patsy's playing the part.
And Mason, the killer, only knows one thing. That Tommy Farrow's to be killed. Neat. Tied up in bows. Mason takes his shot, gets out of the excitement, leaves town, and who could ever pin Farrow's murder on any part of the syndicate?
Oh, why do we mess with it? Why do we...
To save a nice guy's life, Ellen. That a good enough reason?
Yes, that's a good enough reason.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. Place your bets, ladies and
I don't see Farrell anywhere, Phil.
Place your bets.
This is certainly booming from the theater.
Uh-huh. Here he comes.
Hello, Counselor.
Hello, Euban. Ellen, this is Mr. Euban, Miss Norris.
The way the counselor talks, I thought he was all business. It's a pleasure.
Your place here is very quiet.
Just a little thing.
Will you excuse me? I think I see a friend of mine.
Of course.
Give him my regards, Ellen.
I will.
Maybe that was good advice that you were trying to give me.
Glad to see you took it.
Maybe I can give you some in return. That's a reporter your girl's going to see.
Farrell?
Uh-huh. Take her away from him, Ghost.
I think he's trying to take her away from me.
I ain't kidding. You're a smart shyster. If you like the girl, keep her away.
Any special reason?
I hear things.
About Farrell?
Yes, about Farrell. The kind of things he's writing in his paper. Certain people don't like him, and it ain't healthy to be near him.
Certain people? The syndicate?
I didn't say nothing about no syndicate.
That's what he's writing about.
Yes. Well, I ain't well read. All the reading I do is the names of horses and what the round robin figures out.
Thanks for the tip about Farrell. I'll see what I can do about it.
Sister, I'm not as young as I'd like to be anymore. I can spot a plant at... Oh. You again.
Relax.
I'm relaxed. Hey, what's your line?
Maybe I've got a tip for you, Farrell.
I don't know where you fit in, and I just as soon never find out. Take your charming skipples along with you.
Investigating the syndicate, aren't you?
So?
Euban's part of it.
Is he?
This is his place. Euban knows there's going to be a raid here tonight.
How do you know?
All I had to know was that he had himself rousted. He didn't want to be here when the raid was on.
Smart guy, Euban.
Not so smart. He isn't worried about the raid. He's worried about what's going to happen during the raid.
Yeah, and just what's going to happen during the raid.
Who tipped you about it, Farrell?
What are you getting at?
The setup.
What setup?
Use your head, Farrell. This is all for you. Everything. The raid, Euban not wanting to be here, you're being tipped so you will be here.
You trying to tell me...
But you're their target for tonight, Farrell. That's why I tried to keep you from coming here.
How do you know so much about it?
I'm a lawyer. I ran across it. Hey, here it comes. Careful.
All right, everybody. This is a pin. Let's take a nice and easy and keep it orderly. Hey!
What happened to the lights, Phil?
Duck, get down, Farrell. You all right, Ellen?
Yes. Tommy?
Okay. Both of you, stay where you are and stay on the floor.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Euban's office. The man who shot that gun ducked in there.
The Whisperer. What are you doing here?
You missed Farrell.
Yeah, I know. I won't the second time.
See that you don't. Stay here. I'll send him in.
Okay.
Get the lights on in a minute, folks. Everybody just stay where you are. There won't be any more shooting. Take it easy.
Oh!
Ellen?
Yes?
I thought I told you
I wanted to find out what's going on.
Mason, the guy who shot at Farrow, is in the office. I'm going to get Lieutenant Denver to smoke him out with tear gas.
Oh?
Yes, Euban?
This is Doc.
Over here.
Out of my way, Counselor. I got things to protect in my office.
There's somebody in there. Don't go in.
Out of my way, I said. Wait,
I told Euban not to go in there.
But the other shot. It sounded like a different gun, Phil.
Okay, Harrison, get these lights on. I said everybody stay wet. That's better.
Thank goodness. The lights are on.
Whoever took that stack of chips in front of the blackjack dealer better put them back now.
Galt, what were those shots? Come and see for yourself, Lieutenant. Huh? Oh, Euban. He's still alive.
Harrison, get an ambulance.
take a look over there, Lieutenant.
Huh? Who's he?
I don't know. I never saw him before in my life. But he's the guy who started the shooting, and I wanted him to stay in there so you could pick him up. Then Euban came barging in.
Yeah.
Where did Harrison put in that call?
Hey, Joel. Looks like I owe you and the lady an apology.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah. Sorry about my suspicion. Looks like I was wrong about you.
Forget it.
Anytime I can be of any help.
I may take you up on that.
Maybe both of us will take you up on it, Tommy. Oh, every time we get through one of these, it's as though I've just had a terrible weight lifted off my shoulders.
That's nice and neat when they kill each other off.
Both of them dead?
Uh-huh. Euban died before they could get him into the ambulance. 2 less in the syndicate.
What are we stopping at your place for?
Just to have the Whisperer make a report. And then?
Then?
There are several questions I want to ask you.
Oh, personal.
Extremely. For instance, just how well did you get to know Tommy Farrell?
Why, Phil, you're...
Jealous? Uh-huh. I noticed one startling thing. When that shot rang out in the dark.
What?
You called him Tommy. Not Mr. Fell, not even just Fell, but Tommy.
Did I?
Yes.
Well, I'll confess. He finally broke down and made something very clear to me. And I couldn't help but be overwhelmed by it.
What?
He told me what Skittles are.
Oh. Well, what are they?
9 pins, darling. Beer and Skittles means beer and a game of 9 pins. But nowadays we've just shortened the meaning to enjoyment. Have some beer and Skittles with me?
It'll be my pleasure. Just as soon as I call the syndicate.
Circle 1879.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Phil mission bungled by Mason.
Central City, forget Farrell. He's too hot now. For important instructions, check Los Angeles at midnight.
Los Angeles at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Paul Frees, Julius Kraulbein, Jack Moyles, Frank Gerstle, and Jan Arvan. Script was by Jonathan Twice. Original music by Johnny Duffy, and the entire production was directed by Bill Carnes. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with... It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. There's more top adventure for you later today on NBC when Mr. Moto takes you on another adventure. Join Mr. Moto in this adventure through the ancient, shadow-filled corridors of the catacombs of Rome. And remember, genial Phil Baker asks you to try for the $64 question later tonight. It's Mr. Moto and the $64 question, both tonight on this NBC question, both tonight on this NBC question, both tonight on this NBC question, both...
The Whisperer. The Whisperer. The Whisperer. The Whisperer.
Porter speaking.
Porter, remember these names. John Bradbury and George
presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt's brilliant young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's real identity is Dr. Lee's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now, on her day off, she listens as Philip Galt uses his Whisperer's voice to report back to the syndicate.
Instructions given to Porter. Will report back when he completes his mission.
Bill, not George Zimmerman, the furniture dealer.
That's only a blind, Ellen. Zimmerman is the syndicate's top man in the bookie division. Every dollar wagered finds its way to him. He keeps the local share and sends the rest to New York.
But I know him. He comes in for calcium shots.
Well, the syndicate is substituting lead for calcium.
Why is he in trouble?
The Treasury Department has established that his income was $200,000, and he only declared $50,000.
But if he sent the rest to New York, it really isn't his.
That's true. But if he tells who he sent it to...
And uncovers someone higher up in the syndicate.
Right. He's a weak man who will probably turn state's evidence. That's why they've ordered his death.
But who's Bradbury?
A silent partner of Zimmerman's who deserves anything that happens to him.
Well, they'll never be able to kill him while they're in jail.
No place is safe when the syndicate decides a man is to die. That's why, as the Whisperer, I'm going to warn Lieutenant Denvers.
Lieutenant Denvers? Double your guard on Bradbury and Zimmerman.
Hey, who is it?
Otherwise, they'll be killed.
Now, what kind of a trick is...
Will he take your warning?
Can't afford to take chances, but just to be sure, how would you like to run down to police headquarters in about an hour?
I'll be ready.
And I shall whoa my trusty steed outside, and the fellow in the wrinkled suit and beneath the wilted chrysanthemum will be I.
One hour later in the jail, John Bradbury and George Zimmerman, the men marked for death, sit silently. Then, as Lieutenant Denvers comes down between the cell tiers, Zimmerman crosses to the cell bars and calls softly.
Lieutenant Denvers?
Huh? Yes, Zimmerman.
Look, I've been thinking this thing over. I'm not admitting anything, but suppose I had information of value to the government.
I'm a police lieutenant. I don't make any deals.
Well, frankly, I'm afraid if I take the rap, it means the loss of my reputation and the resulting shame to my family.
Well, you should have thought of that sooner.
If I turn state's evidence...
You may wind up standing on the river bottom with your feet in a barrel of cement and the paddle wheels of a river steamer knocking your hat off.
All right. Take it easy. Take it easy, NCO. You'll be all right after you sleep it off.
Who said next time try the train?
Just stretch out on that bunk. Well, nighty-night. Remember, if you hear any strange noises, it'll be Gabriel blowing his horn.
He's really got a snootful. I wish I were that happy.
Zimmerman, you're in a spot. No matter what you decide to do, I doubt if you'll ever be happy again.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, hello, Galt, Miss Norris.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, you don't seem to be your own chipper self.
There's always some screwball making with the foolishness. Some bird calls me up, whispers to me there's going to be an attempt made on 2 of my prisoners.
Did you double your guard?
How'd you know that's what he wanted?
Well, that would seem the natural precaution.
Oh, yes.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Those kids are here with Mrs. Barwise to tour the jail.
What kids?
8th Street Elementary.
Is that Barwise woman there? Put her on.
Let's talk right into this, Miss Barwise.
Hello!
Move back, lady. You're blasted.
So are you!
That'll hold you, Lieutenant.
What's this all about?
Last night over the radio, the mayor invited everyone to tour the municipal offices. My students have wanted to see a jail, so I brought
All right, lady. All right. Sergeant?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Show 'em around.
The work?
The works. Wish that 2-headed mayor had to Oh, what's the use?
Lieutenant, I'd like to talk with George Zimmerman.
What for?
Well, after all, I'm a lawyer.
All right, you can go, but she stays here.
Oh, please let me go too, Lieutenant. I'll remove the submachine gun from my right stocking, the stiletto from my left, and the hand grenade.
All right. Stop pulling my leg. They're up on the 5th floor. Wait 5 minutes, I'll take you up. I didn't take the warning seriously, but I doubled the guards just to be safe.
Sounds like the Pied Piper of policemen is touring the 5th floor.
They had no business bringing those kids up here.
You said the works, Lieutenant.
Sergeant, make those kids pipe down.
You try it, Lieutenant.
All right.
I've always wondered where banshees come from. Now I know.
Who's in charge of these hoodlums?
Here I am, down at the end of the room.
Lady, please, tell them to shut up or get out.
But the mayor...
Hang the mayor! You too! Now get these cowboys quiet or I'll take their toy guns away and make them eat them.
Yes, sir.
Get that kid away from that window.
Yes, of course. Johnny, be careful. Oh, Tinker, looks like I broke it myself.
That does it. Sergeant! Get him out! Out!
All right, kids, move along. Come on now, into the elevator. You've had it.
The mayor is certainly going to hear about this.
Out!
Oh, Lieutenant, I suggest you get a book on child psychology.
I suggest you get a shillelagh.
Shillelagh. I like Miss Norris's suggestion best. All right, this way.
What's that?
Coming from down the corridor.
You gotta get me out of here.
All right, pipe down now, Zimmerman. No one can hurt you here.
Oh, no?
Look, huh? Bradbury.
Shot right between the eyes.
Well, that tears it. Bradbury shot right in my own jail.
Well, Lieutenant, you can't lock us in here.
I'm afraid he's already done it, Ellen.
But why?
Because whoever murdered Bradbury is still on this floor.
Phil, did Porter kill Bradbury?
I'm sure of it. He used a gun with a silencer, which was covered with a noise made by the kids in the breaking window.
But which one is Porter?
I've never seen him. But when the lieutenant finds the gun, the man in the cell will be Porter. Oh, Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Tell me just what happened.
Well, we were standing at the bars watching the kids. After they were gone, I turned around and he was dead.
From this position, I'd say whoever shot him was across from this tier of cells.
No, it couldn't be. There were just 2 burglar suspects and a drunk over there.
Well, he can't get rid of the gun.
Oh, he can't, huh? Well, he did.
You didn't find it?
We went over every cell, convict, and cranny with a fine-tooth comb and a mine detector. There are just 2 guns on this floor, mine and yours. All right, hand it over, Goff.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Hand it over, I said.
Always happy to cooperate. Here. Now that you see it hasn't been fired, I'll just look at yours.
Phil.
I mean it. Denvers wouldn't be the first police officer with a blot on his conscience.
Gold, I ought to bash your face.
Stop
Make a pass and I'll flatten you, Denvers.
All right, here. Check my gun, then get out. And if you ever make another crack like that, Galt, only one of us will walk away.
Phil, was it wise to antagonize Lieutenant Denver?
Well, he's always suspicious of a possible connection with the syndicate. By making him mad, I took his mind off the syndicate angle.
Now he just hates you for yourself. Well, apparently nobody there killed Bradbury. So I guess one of the 6-year-olds did it.
Ellen, that's it.
Oh, now, Phil. They may go with their toy guns.
No. I mean, Mrs. What's-her-name. She was the only adult there when Bradbury was killed who wasn't searched. Denver sent her and the kids away before the body was discovered.
A woman murderer?
If all the men killed by women were alive today, Ellen, there'd be a big increase in the male population.
Yeah?
I'm trying to locate a woman in the school district who has shown great interest in the children.
Yeah, Mrs. Bava, she is.
That's the name.
Yeah, 2 houses down she lives.
Splendid.
New here she is. But so fine she is.
Sure she is.
Yeah, that too.
May I use your phone?
Yeah, right here on the wall.
It is?
Lieutenant Denvers.
I found the Barweiss woman.
Oh, where?
900 block in Cohasset.
I'll be right out. Don't do a thing till I get there.
You
are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of danger, living his dual role. Philip Galt, as the Whisperer, has passed on the orders of his superiors in the syndicate to a man named Porter to kill John Bradbury and George Zimmerman. Somehow, Porter managed to get into the jail, kill Bradbury, and conceal both his identity and the murder weapon. Now Phil works to save Zimmerman, the man whose testimony the government needs to uncover higher-ups in the syndicate. Phil and Ellen approach the home of Mrs. Barwise.
Are you sure Lieutenant Denver said to go ahead with your questioning?
Ellen, how can you doubt me?
It's no effort at all.
Hello.
Yes. I'm Philip Galt, and I saw you...
At the police station. I'm poor at remembering names, but I never forget a figure. Come in, Mr. Galt. And bring your mother with you.
Oh, excuse me. This is Miss Norris.
I came with you, remember?
Won't you come in?
No, thanks.
Delighted.
Mr. Galt, would you like an oatmeal cookie?
I'd love one.
And you, Mrs. Norris?
Miss Norris.
Oh, so sorry.
Did you bake them?
Of course.
When?
Why, this morning.
While you were in jail?
I was not in jail, Miss Morris. Oh, dear, would you excuse me?
That dame and oatmeal cookies go together like a minnow and a hungry shark.
Ellen.
Well, she's guilty. I can tell by her perfume.
Barwise, I'm Lieutenant Denver. Man was killed this morning while you were at the jail.
And you wonder if I killed him. Is that why you came, Mr. Galt?
Well, you see,
would you mind coming down to headquarters?
No, not at all. Mrs. Morris can ride back with you, Lieutenant, and I'll ride with Mr. Galt.
Now, just a minute,
And when they find me not guilty, you, Mr. Galt, may bring me back home and tell me how sorry you are.
You, Mr. Galt, may bring me back home and tell me how sorry you are. I got news for her. I already know how sorry you are.
You know, green becomes you, my dear.
How long does it take to test for gunpowder stains on her claws?
Oh, I apologize for this inconvenience.
Oh, please, Lieutenant, you were only doing your duty. Ready, Mr. Galt?
You mean she didn't do it?
No, Miss Norris.
No stains on her hands?
None.
Maybe she wore gloves.
No, I distinctly remember she didn't wear gloves.
You would.
Well, there's nothing more I can do. Ready, Mr. Galt?
Oh, yes. Ellen, I'll see you at your place later.
That was the understatement of the year.
Half an hour later, Philip Galt lets Mrs. Barwise out in front of her home, drives to a variety store, makes a purchase, and tucking it in his belt, stops in front of Ellen's apartment, then goes in.
Ellen.
Well, it certainly took you long enough to deliver that man-eating blonde.
Well, I hurried as fast as she'd let me.
Well, wipe the oatmeal cookie crumbs off your chin and tell me what she said.
Ellen, I won't stand for that kind of talk.
Huh?
The syndicate has found out about you.
Oh, you're joking.
They've ordered me to kill you.
Phil!
Get ready to die.
Put down that gun.
Goodbye, Ellen.
Oh, a cat pistol. Phil got out to throw something at you. I will throw something at you.
No. Hey.
My best lamp, but it was worth it. Now, what's this all about?
Holy smoke. If you can calm down for just a minute. At first, the idea was too fantastic, but now I don't know. You thought this gun was real.
Well, it looks exactly like a real one.
Well, if that's true, then a real one would look like a cat pistol. Especially if a 6-year-old child was wearing it in his holster.
That's fantastic.
Not if what I think is true is true. Operator, give me New York, circle 1798.
Have you completely lost your mind?
I'll know in a minute.
There's need for special liquidator. Situation demands that killer be a midget.
Phil, a midget?
It's a bum guess. They'd never heard of such a killer. That means they didn't send one here to dress like a 6-year-old and kill Bradbury and Zimmerman.
Phil, how in the world could Porter, or anyone for that matter, get into that jail, shoot Bradbury, and then get rid of the gun without a clue?
Ellen, unless we find the answer to that before tomorrow, the same thing will happen to Zimmerman.
But who's Porter?
Well, he can't be you, myself, Lieutenant Denvers, Mrs. Barwise, or Zimmerman.
But he could be one of those 3 men in the cells across from Zimmerman.
Even that seems impossible. They've probably been in jail several days, and Porter was free this morning because I talked to him.
Phil, there's one man we overlooked.
Overlooked?
Yes. Sergeant Oakes.
Yeah, you're right. Denvers sent him out at the same time he sent Mrs. Barwise and those kids.
Lieutenant Denvers.
Lieutenant, did you check Sergeant Oakes' gun?
Sergeant Oakes? Why, I've known him for 15
I know, but why not make the tests and be sure?
Galt, you're as crazy as a March hare. But all right, I'll do it.
Thank you. I'm coming down to headquarters, Lieutenant. I want to be there when the report comes in.
But Phil, how could a police officer be Porter?
Remember, Ellen, I've never seen Porter. If Sergeant Oakes is in the employ of the syndicate, he could have taken the message and then, during the excitement of those kids breaking the window, could have killed Bradbury.
And no one would ever suspect a police officer of such a thing.
Well, we'll soon know. To you.
Oh, you.
Now, what's wrong, Lieutenant?
Here, read this.
Results of paraffin test for parlor stains, Sergeant J.P. Oakes. Definite traces on right thumb and foot.
Oh, Phil.
Galt, I've never been hit this hard. I would have staked my life on that man.
What was his explanation?
That he got him on the pistol range.
Isn't that possible?
No, I couldn't take a chance, so I suspended him, put him under temporary detention, and sent his gun to ballistics for a check against the murder slug we recovered from Bradbury's cell.
Well, how soon will the report...
Yeah? You did? Proves it, huh? All right, thanks.
Tests prove he did it?
No. Happy to say they prove he did not.
Well, then who could have done it?
Until now, I've never believed in gremlins. But now, I'm not so sure.
Faced with a murder in which apparently none of those present could possibly have been guilty, Philip Galt decides to make further inquiries about the only logical outside suspect, Mrs. Barwise. Back in the 8th Elementary School District, he knocks on a familiar door.
Yeah?
I'm back with more questions about the Barwise family. There is a Mr. Barwise, isn't there?
Yeah. Such a happy man he is. Singing always he is.
Have you seen him today?
Yeah, only this morning I see.
About what time?
The 9:15 bus he called. Why you not ask Mrs. Barwise?
Well, I tried to, but no one answered my knock.
Oh, yeah. Of course, now I remember. Another bunch of kids she takes to visit the jail.
When? When did she leave?
It makes almost an hour now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what happened to you? Go in scowling and come out in a merry mood.
I've been working on the railroad.
I prefer Gordon McRae.
Oh, Ellen, my dear, it all just fell into place. Now, if we hurry, I think we can deliver Lieutenant Denvers one murderer, caught, as I believe the expression is, red-handed.
While Phil and Ellen speed toward the jail, hoping to prevent the murder of George Zimmerman, Mrs. Barwise and Lieutenant Denvers are engaged in heated conversation.
For the last time, no, you cannot make another tour. Last time you went up there, a man was killed.
But you proved that I didn't do it,
Well, I'm
Lieutenant.
taking no chances. Now, you just stay here.
Oh.
Hello, Lieutenant. Mrs. Barwise.
Now what?
Are we having another tour?
Mrs. Barwise isn't.
What do you mean by that?
I'm holding her here.
What about the children?
I sent them on the tour with Sergeant Oakes.
How long ago?
Oh, 5-10 minutes.
Mrs. Barwise, do you mind if I look in your purse?
I certainly do.
Why bother, Galt? As long as she and the purse are here, they can't do any harm.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Barwise, but
Give me back that purse. It's none of your business.
Look.
A gun.
A gun? It's nothing but a cap pistol.
Were any of those prisoners across the corridor from Zimmerman admitted today?
Yeah, that happy drunk. We picked him up about 10 this morning. Oh, relax, Galt. There's nothing to worry about.
There's just one thing, Lieutenant. Unless we reach the 5th floor before those kids do, that happy drunk is going to kill George Zimmerman.
What?
Come on.
But where would he get a gun?
From his wife.
But no one's visited him.
His name is Barwise. That's his wife in your office.
Well, he said his name was Porter when we booked him. But she still hasn't been up there. There's no gun in his cell. That I know.
One will get you 20. He has one by the time we got there.
You mean he shot Bradbury?
Yes, and Zimmerman's next.
Hey, there's Porter at the cell door.
He has a gun. Porter! Porter, drop that gun.
I let him have it! Good shooting, Galt. Sergeant Oakes, get those kids out of here.
Wait. Line them up against the wall while we check on Zimmerman.
I'm all right. Salvar got in the way of his first shot.
Why keep the kids?
I'll show you.
They're all lined up, Lieutenant. more or less.
Good. Now, 6 cowboys in the group wearing their toy guns.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. This fella here has an empty holster.
Look, Galt, give it to me easy. I still don't believe it.
It's diabolically simple, Lieutenant. Barwise, or Porter, as he called himself, got picked up on a drunk charge, so he'd be put across from Bradbury and Zimmerman. His wife brought the kids, and during the tour, removed a toy gun from this little fellow's holster and substituted a real one. It was so obvious, no one would think of checking each kid's holsters.
And that's why we found a cat pistol in her handbag?
Yes. Remember, Barwise, or Porter, knows all these kids. He called the youngster over to his cell. Then Mrs. Barwise broke the window, centering everyone's attention on that. Like the rest of us, the youngster turned to look. Barwise killed Bradbury, slipped the gun back into the holster, and when you drove the kids out of the tier, there went your murder gun.
But, Galt, wouldn't the kid notice something?
Not necessarily, Lieutenant. The gun has a silencer. And remember, to a 6-year-old, all real guns are toys, and all toy guns are real. And that's how they did it, Ellen.
It took clever people to think up such a plot.
Now, this syndicate pays well for brains. But now Zimmerman will testify, and one more link of the syndicate will be exposed. And that's good, too. For if you break enough small links, someday the entire chain becomes useless.
All of which leaves me consumed with hunger. You owe me food.
Well, as soon as I report to the syndicate, you shall have it. Oatmeal cookies.
But not baked by Mrs. Barwise. Where she's going, they'd scorch.
Central City reporting. Porter bungled job and was killed. Impossible to prevent Zimmerman's testimony. For new instructions, I will call Chicago at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Paul Frees, Julius Kraulbein, Dan Riss, and Bob Anderson. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. Your announcer has been Don Rickles. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
Flood victims in Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Illinois need your help. The President of the United States has asked us, the American people, to contribute $5 million through our local chapters of the American Red Cross for the relief of these citizens' needs are staggering. The job of the Red Cross is going to take a lot of money, more than the Red Cross can provide from its present resources. You can do your part by contributing generously to the Flood Relief Fund through your local Red Cross chapter. Don't wait, do it now. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Whisperer. The Whisperer. The Whisperer. The Whisperer.
Hello?
Neely.
Yeah.
Charles Denvers, Lieutenant of Homicide of Central City Police Department, will leave his office at 6 p.m.
Lieutenant Denvers of Homicide, 6 p.m. Check. What are my instructions?
You will shoot to kill.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edge of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in the apartment of Ellen Norris, the only one besides Dr. Lee, her employer, who knows that the Whisperer is really Philip Galt, brilliant young Central City attorney, we find Philip speaking in the voice of the Whisperer to his superiors on the syndicate in New York.
Hello, New York. Instructions for liquidation of Lieutenant Charles Denvers, given to Neely. Will report progress.
Not Lieutenant Denver.
That's right, Ellen. Denver's been a thorn in the syndicate side for a long time here in Central City.
Thanks to the information you've managed to get to Denver. Oh, he's such a nice guy, Phil. Couldn't you have ignored the syndicate and forgotten to pass on their instructions to the killer just this once?
Too much of a chance, Ellen. Playing both ends against the middle the way I am with the syndicate all the time, I'm lucky they haven't got suspicious of me already.
And if they only suspected you weren't completely on their side. Phil, why don't you just call Denvers and warn him? Tell him to be on his guard, that the syndicate
And then, when he asked me how I happened to know...
Oh, I didn't think of that. But you're not going to just sit by and allow him to be murdered, Phil.
May I use your phone again, darling?
If it's for the syndicate, no.
If it's against the syndicate?
In that case, dial away.
Thanks.
Could I, without being nosy, ask who you're calling?
Lieutenant Denvers.
But you said...
I said I couldn't warn him, but I've got to do something. I can ask him to... Shh, hold it.
Denver speaking, homicide.
Good evening, Lieutenant. This is Phil Galt. How are you?
Suspicious. What's on your mind?
Dinner, Lieutenant. I'd like to invite you and your charming wife out for dinner this evening.
On you?
On me.
Did I hear right?
Of course. Can't I ask you to dinner without raising your suspicions, Lieutenant?
No.
You're antisocial, Lieutenant.
Not an invitation out of the blue like this. Not after years of getting in my hair on cases and spending your time fighting my evidence in court.
Well, that's something else again. That's business. As a man, as a friend, I like you, Lieutenant. There isn't an ulterior motive within miles of me right now. I just want to... Honest, Lieutenant. How about it?
Well, even if I believed you, Gold, I couldn't. The wife and I are eating out tonight, all right. We're taking some friends to dinner.
Oh, too bad.
Well, maybe I'll take a rain check.
Okay. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
He won't come?
Can't. He has a date.
What was the idea of inviting him, anyway?
Well, I figured as long as I was with him, I could keep an eye peeled for this Neely, the syndicate's hired killer I just spoke to. I guess now that's no good. Now, hey, wait a minute. I know what I'll do.
Uh-oh. 5 will get you 10. It's going to end up by having us miss dinner altogether.
Quite the contrary. I'm going to do just what the killer's going to do.
Kill Denver?
All the killer knows is that Denvers will be coming out of headquarters around 6 o'clock.
About 20 minutes from now.
He'll probably be parked near headquarters waiting for Denvers. But I don't think he'll risk shooting him there. He'll follow and wait for a better opportunity.
I don't suppose, as usual, you know what this Neely, this killer, really looks like.
No, I don't, Ellen. He's another one of these syndicate men imported to do their dirty work, and chances are he's now working alone. But with luck, we ought to be able to spot him before he gets a chance to shoot Denver.
We hope.
We hope. Come on, put your face on so we can get going. I want to be parked near police headquarters when Denvers comes out.
As I said about dinner...
Now, don't be silly. A little delay will just sharpen your appetite. Notice anything new and different?
In the car here? It's got to be a new gadget of some kind. No. I see you've still got the wire recorder installed behind the dash. You didn't take it out as you threatened.
Well, I decided it might come in handy sometime again. Keep looking.
I don't... What's that? Connected to the steering pole near the dash. Well, that can't be a telephone, can it?
You win the gold-plated shoehorn. Care to try for the Cadillac?
A telephone in a car? What good is it?
Oddly enough, for making telephone calls.
Well, that's impossible. I never...
There's old hat, Ellen. You're way behind in your popular mechanics.
I guess I am.
Done by radio.
Well, why go to all the trouble to develop such a thing? Can't people drive to the nearest phone booth or something if they have to make a call?
It's not only for making calls, Ellen. Doctors driving their rounds could be contacted in an emergency. Companies with fleets of cars or trucks can contact them on the road during the day or night.
I see. And also as a toy for gadget-happy characters like you.
Oh, that's unkind. I'll bet I get a lot of use out of it.
Mm-hmm. Like calling the telephone company to check the time of day.
Very funny. You just wait and... Uh-oh, there's the police headquarters down the block. Several cars parked across the street from it. We better stop here.
There's a man sitting in one of them.
Just one? Usually they work in pairs. I only know about Neely, but then the syndicate doesn't tell anybody everything, not even me.
What do we do now? Go up and ask him if he's waiting to shoot Lieutenant Denver?
If we're anxious for a bullet ourselves. Otherwise, we wait and see what happens. Look, there's Denver's car parked right in the front of headquarters.
I wonder what restaurant the lieutenant's going to.
I just hope he gets there in one piece. How can you think of food when a man's life is in danger?
Oh, it isn't me. I'm very altruistic. Always thinking of the other fellow. But my stomach has a mind of its own.
Look, here comes Denver's now, out of headquarters.
Suppose you're wrong, Phil. Suppose he shoots now, from his car.
It's a gamble. We gotta hope he doesn't.
He's almost to his car now. The man in the other car hasn't moved.
That fellow isn't Neely. Maybe Neely's hidden somewhere else, just waiting to shoot.
There. Denver's in his car. Nothing's happened.
Yet.
He's driving off. Whew. That was a bad moment.
It isn't over. There goes the other car, making a U-turn and following Denver's car.
Isn't that illegal? In the middle of the block?
No, that's a woman for you, worrying about irrelevancies at a time like this. The important thing is that the car following Denver's is almost certainly being driven by Neely with a gun cocked and ready.
What do we do now?
Follow both of them. It isn't a cinch trying to head off a syndicate man intent on killing.
I've lost Lieutenant Denver's car, Phil.
Probably a couple of blocks ahead of us now. I'm having no trouble keeping the green sedan Neely's driving in sight.
I didn't get a very good look at Neely back there, did you?
No, he had that hat pulled down. Hey, he's turning off.
Going into that parking lot of the Chateau Frank.
Denver's must be meeting his wife and guests in there.
A restaurant. And famous for their sauerbraten and potato pancakes. Yum. Do we get to follow them in?
I think it can be arranged.
Oh, this isn't going to be such a bad evening after all. Here comes the head waiter, Phil. I hope he has a table. I'm famished.
Healthiest appetite in Central City.
Two, sir?
Oh, yes, please.
Right this way.
Oh, would you mind? I'd rather sit on the other side.
Oh, of course, if you prefer, monsieur.
What difference where we sit, Phil?
He was taking us to a table 6 feet from Denver's party.
So what? Are we allowed to eat dinner here?
After my inviting him out tonight? Policemen have suspicious minds about coincidences.
How is this table served?
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Would you care to order now, sir?
I would. I'll have the sauerbraten.
Yes, miss. You, sir?
Sauerbraten will be all right for me, too.
Fine, fine. Drink first?
Ellen?
If I sharpen my appetite any more, I'll eat the tablecloth.
Nothing for me, either.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me a second, Ellen.
Don't tell me. A telephone call.
Uh-huh.
As the whisperer, no doubt.
Not so loud. I'll be right back.
Central City reporting. Neely on job. Trail Denver's to restaurant. Awaiting opportunity to complete assignment. We'll report again later.
Back already?
My other life doesn't take up much of my time.
See anyone that looks like he might be Neely?
Oh, that dark man. No, I don't think so.
He must have come in here. We saw his car drive into the parking lot.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Head waiter's been speaking to Denver's. Denver's headed this way.
What for? I don't get it.
I don't think he has anything to do with us. I don't think he's even seen us yet.
Maybe if we put the menus up in front of our faces.
No good, Ellen. He spotted us.
Well, Philip, God. You're sure a persistent guy, aren't you? Hello, Miss Norris.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Denver's. Quite a coincidence, huh? Well, what do you mean, persistent?
Well, if you invite a fellow out to dinner and he refuses, you just follow him and force him to eat in the same restaurant with you.
Suspicious nature is an occupational disease with the police.
Yeah? Well, then why did you steer the head waiter away from our side of the restaurant and have him seat you over here?
Oh. You saw that, did you?
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't want to crowd you, Lieutenant. Didn't want you to think that I was following you.
Why, are you?
Of course not. But now that you're here, why don't you sit down and have a...
No, I can't right now. There's a phone call waiting for me.
Well, maybe later then, huh?
Well,
He is a suspicious policeman.
Phone call for him, huh? You know, Ellen, maybe he's not suspicious enough.
Where are you going?
Make sure that's a genuine phone call. You haven't forgotten one of the syndicate's killers is waiting for a chance to get his sights on the lieutenant, have you?
No, but why leave me here?
Now, your food will be along in a minute. You just sit tight.
Oh, no. You're liable to disappear, and I can't eat 2 orders of sauerbraten.
Oh, no? Come along, then. It's probably nothing to worry about anyway. Phone booths are over this way. On the way out to the parking lot.
Nobody around, Phil. Both phone booths are empty.
What I was afraid of.
Phil, wait.
There goes Denver's car. Come on.
Come on, where?
To our car.
Oh, so we can follow him and make sure he's not walking into a trap?
He's not walking into a trap. He's already in it. There was a man sitting next to Denver's, a man with his hat pulled low over his eyes.
You think he had Denver's called up by the head waiter on a fake telephone call and was waiting for him at the telephone booth?
I'm sure of it, Ellen. As the car went by me, I got a quick look inside. Neely had a gun, and if I know anything about a syndicate trigger man, Neely knows how to use it.
Where's Denver's car?
I don't know. Now, keep your eyes peeled. I don't even know what we can do if we do spot it. But I do know Lieutenant Denvers will be dead in a matter of minutes if we don't.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of danger, living his dual roles. Philip Galt, known to the syndicate of crime only as the Whisperer, has set in motion the syndicate's plan to kill Lieutenant Charles Denvers of Central City. But now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, counselor at law, he is trying desperately to stop Neely, the syndicate's hired killer, from carrying out the skillfully planned murder. The killer has forced Denvers into his own car at gunpoint, and now Phil and Ellen follow in Phil's car, desperately trying to pick up the trail so they may prevent the lieutenant's murder.
How do we know they went this way?
We don't, but it's logical to suppose Neely's forcing Denvers to drive to the outskirts of town so he can kill him in private.
And this is the quickest way out of town.
Right.
And if we're wrong? Oh, Phil, if only you hadn't passed the syndicate's orders on to this Neely character.
Then someone else would have.
Yes, I know. And they wouldn't have tried to stop the murder from happening like we are. But if we don't find Denver's car...
I'll never forgive myself.
Phil.
What is it?
Straight ahead at that corner. Isn't that...
It looks like Denver's car, all right. Hang on, sweetheart. We're
the
going
light's changing, Phil.
Then we'll just have to... Oh, we can't. Too many cars stopped ahead of us. We'll have to wait.
Oh, Phil.
We'll catch up, I hope.
If only there was some way to get the police to... Phil.
What?
Your telephone. You can call the police.
Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're too busy berating yourself for getting Lieutenant Denvers in this predicament in the first place.
Light's changing, Ellen. I got to concentrate on my driving. You better call.
What do I do?
Just pick up the phone and ask the operator for police headquarters. Press down the button to talk, release it to listen. Now give the operator that number on the windshield.
Operator, this is JL22469. Police headquarters, please. And hurry. What'll I tell them?
Exactly what's happening and where we are.
Hello? This is Miss Ellen Norris, calling from an automobile driving north on State Boulevard. Lieutenant Denver's life is in danger. Yes, a car. We're following Lieutenant Denver's car.
Tell him to get off the dime.
He's being forced to drive out of town by a man with a gun. Well, he won't shut up.
Press the button. Cut him off.
Oh. Now, you listen to me. We're in a gray 2-door sedan. License number 4A3216. You know Lieutenant Denver's car, don't you?
Tell him we're just crossing Cedar Street now, still traveling north.
We're still on State Boulevard, traveling north. And we've just crossed Cedar Street. Yes, please, hurry. They're putting out the message to all squad cars in this area. We ought to have help in no time.
Not too many cars in this part of town. It's only partly built up.
Well, Phil, we're practically out of the city already. What do we do if the police don't get here in time?
I don't know, Ellen.
Darn this syndicate with its killings all the time. And us getting mixed up in it. No more streetlights. And with the only 2 cars on the road as far as I can see.
I just hope Neely doesn't see. He'll know we're following. And with that gun, he could make life difficult for us.
Anyway, we won't lose them out here.
They're turning off on a side road. Chances are he'll spot us for sure now.
Maybe he won't shoot Denver when he finds out we're following. Careful, Phil! Oh, he came awful close to the edge of that canyon.
He'll probably make Denver stop and walk off the road a ways before he shoots him. When he try to interfere, he'll just use 2 more bullets.
Phil, they're speeding up.
They must have spotted us. He can't know we're following him on purpose yet. Probably just wants to lose us. Ellen, get on that phone again. Squad cars won't know where we turned off. They'll keep going north on the main highway and miss us completely.
Hello, operator? Operator!
That car of Denver's is souped up to go a lot faster than mine. I better try to head him off while I've still got a chance.
Darn that, operator. Hello? Operator! Operator! How can you stop them, Phil?
Force them off the road, maybe. It's a chance, but if they get away from us now...
Operator!
They only have 1 operator on the car service now. Sometimes they get tied up on long distance.
Oh, fine. Operator! Operator!
No use shouting into the phone, Ellen. She won't cut your line in until she's free.
What do I do? Just sit and wait while Denver's car gets lost?
Nothing else you can do. And I don't think they're going to lose us. Neely doesn't know Denver's car is souped up, and there's no reason Denver should drive to his own murder any faster than necessary.
We are gaining on them, Phil.
Better get down, Ellen. Down underneath the dashboard on your side there.
Why?
It's safer. Try to relax so it won't jar you too much when we hit.
Hit what?
Denver's car. I'm going to force them off the road. Now get down.
Okay. Now what?
Just relax.
Relax, he says.
We're just about next to him now. Neely hasn't got any idea what's coming. Thinks we're trying to pass him. Hang on, sweetheart. Now relax. Are you all right, darling?
I guess so. My dignity's kind of bruised. Can I get up now?
You better stay where you are. Denver's car took a worse jostling than this one, but Neely may still be in a shooting condition. I'm going out to see what happened.
Be careful, Phil.
Hold it. Stay where you are. Don't make a move.
Denver's. Is that you?
Oh, go. I thought so.
Oh. Hey, what happened to the other fella?
Got banged around a bit when you ran into it. He's still asleep.
Oh. Pretty tight squeeze, huh?
It would have been a lot tighter if you hadn't come along for the ride. Guess I ought to thank you, huh? You probably saved my life.
Don't make too much of an effort. How did you know it was me following you?
I got a look at you as I drove out of the restaurant parking lot with Neely's gun in my ribs. From the look on your face, I figured you knew what was happening.
Where's his gun now?
This is it. If he happens to come to suddenly, he won't be so dangerous with his fangs removed.
Phil, I'm getting awfully cramped up in here.
Huh? Oh, sorry, sweetheart. Come on out.
You would have gone on chatting with Lieutenant Denvers all night if I hadn't opened my mouth.
Well, I guess my car'll still drive. I'll take that hood back to headquarters.
Right. We'll follow.
Here comes the car. Maybe the police.
Down behind the car. They're shooting at us.
What now? That car's pulling off the road.
Well, as soon as he gets out of that car, he's going to get a blast. I'll ask questions later.
He won't be able to hit us as long as we stay down.
He got out of his car on the far side. Probably going to try to come around the end of his car and nail us. I better teach him some manners.
They keep him on his side of the road. Better keep down, Denvers. He's pretty impatient for a target.
Yeah, this looks like a standoff. Somebody hears those shots and calls headquarters. What in blazes is that?
My telephone.
Your what? Out here in the middle of nowhere? Has he gone off his trolley, Ellen?
He has a telephone in his car, Lieutenant.
Oh. Where you going, Galt?
Gonna crawl back to my car and answer the phone. Maybe the police trying to get to us. Find out where we are.
Wait a second. There's 10 feet of open space between our cars. You'll be a perfect target for that guy across the road.
Phil, you
I
can't.
gotta chance it. I'll make like a snake crawl on my belly. Cover me with your gun, Lieutenant.
All right, but be careful.
Can you see the man across the road? Can you tell if he can see Phil?
No, he's sitting behind his car. But if he sticks his nose out to get a shot at Phil... There. Stuck his nose out and I missed him. Well, I got him behind his car anyway.
Well, Phil got to his car safely. Oh, he's answered the phone. Lieutenant, look out!
You!
Oh, thanks, Ellen.
Nearly. He was about to smash that rock on your head.
Yeah, well, Neely won't be trying to smash any more people's skulls in.
Dead?
Yeah. Well, I shot good once this evening anyway.
The other one's driving off, Lieutenant.
Come on, in your car, Lieutenant, after him.
He's got quite a head start.
Oh, we'll catch him in this. We'll do 110.
What was that phone call, Phil?
Police calling back. Their squad cars couldn't find us. I told them to set up a roadblock at the intersection of this road with the main highway, just in case.
You think they had time?
We'll know soon enough. The rate we're going, we ought to...
There, straight ahead of them. 2 squad cars across the road with their headlights
He
blazing.
won't be able to stop in time, Phil. He'll...
Turning off the road.
The canyon.
He went over.
That's a 300-foot drop.
You think he...
Houdini couldn't live through that.
We better get down there. Have a look.
No. I'll have some of the boys take care of it. I'll drive you back to your car and get back to the restaurant. My wife will be wondering what happened to me.
Well, let's all get back. Our food's still waiting. Not that I have any appetite left after what happened tonight. Very thoughtful of that head waiter, keeping our orders on the stove.
No appetite, she says.
Yeah, a real persistent guy, Galt. You got me to have dinner with you after all.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sorry your wife didn't wait for us.
She's used to me running out on one sort of urgent business or another.
I hope it isn't always as urgent as this was.
Lieutenant, what about that man who crashed the bottom of the canyon in his car? Any identification on him?
No, the car was rented. U-Drive place never saw him before. We sent his fingerprints on to Washington. Yeah, probably another one of the syndicate's hired killers from out of town.
Syndicate? You think they were behind this attempt to kill you?
Well, it's a logical thought. I've been getting in their hair lately.
Yes, it does sound logical.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you wouldn't know anything about it.
Me? How would I?
Well, what was it you wanted to see me about, Galt?
Nothing. I told you, just a friendly dinner together.
I see. Well, after tonight, I guess I ought to leave it your way, huh?
Thanks. Pardon me, I'll be right back.
Where now?
Just got to make a telephone call.
Look out for guys with guns waiting for you.
I will, Lieutenant. And while I'm gone, keep an eye on my potato pancakes. That girl sitting next to you knows no loyalties when it comes to food.
Hello, New York. Murder of Lieutenant Danvers failed. Both our men killed. Entire police force alerted for Denver's safety. I will check for further instructions with Chicago at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Paul Frees and Paul DeBove. Don Rickles speaking. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn, original music by Johnny Duffy. Next week, listen to another exciting adventure with
The Whisperer.
As a result of the disastrous floods in Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Illinois, the President of the United States has asked the American people to contribute $5 million through their local chapters of the American Red Cross for the relief of flood victims. Over 45,000 families have been affected by the floods, and an estimated 12,000 of these will register with the Red Cross for assistance. Emergency needs are overwhelming, but immediate aid to the victims, food, shelter, clothing, and medical care is only a part in caring for those whose lives have been disrupted by the disaster. Give and give generously. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Whisperer.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edge of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's real identity is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now she watches as Philip Galt, using his Whisperer's voice, reports to his superiors in the syndicate.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Instructions given to Saugus.
Report back when mission is accomplished.
What has Tony Powers done to the syndicate?
Tony?
I know him very well. He's almost like a father to me. His daughter Margaret and I grew up together. Why are they after him?
Well, Ellen, he's a man of great courage and integrity. And as chairman of the Liquor Control Board, he sees to it that no syndicate underling gets a liquor license.
And they don't like that.
Well, Mr. Powers' successor is already in the pay of the syndicate. When the new man in charge, they own most of the licenses.
Why the time element? Why must it be done by 6 o'clock?
Ellen, in our state, one license is issued for every 2,000 persons. The syndicate is lobbying a bill through the legislature to reduce this number to one license for every 500 people.
No, which, of course, would go to their men.
Yes. Anthony Powers is leaving for the capital tomorrow night. He has enough influence to defeat the bill.
So another honest man is to die so that crooks can reap more dishonest dollars.
Unless we can find a way to stop them.
Phil, it's horrible the way that octopus of crime is invading every phase of our lives.
And will continue to until an aroused and enlightened public decides to safeguard their welfare and that of their children.
Yes, especially their children. Every paper is filled with the stories of juvenile dope addiction.
And that's the most frightening internal menace of our time, Ellen. I'm afraid it'll continue until each parent awakens to the realization that his son and his daughter are actually targets.
Well, if I were a parent, I'd make a definite point to educate them to the inevitable wreckage of addiction.
And I'd go a step farther. I'd make certain that within the realm of possibility, I'd always know where they were and with whom and what they were doing.
My mother's 11 o'clock curfew used to irk me, but most parental supervision would cut down on several things which corrode and destroy during the recklessness of adolescence. Oh, Phil, I wish you were out of the whole stinking mess.
Ellen.
I know your association with the syndicate enables you to fight it, but...
Now, we'd better do something to safeguard Anthony Powell if we can.
Will they try intimidation first?
Yes. Even the syndicate shies from murder unless absolutely necessary.
If they try intimidation, they'll probably include Margaret in their plans. She's the only family he has, and he adores her.
Ellen, you've just made a job for yourself. Phone Margaret. Tell her you've missed her. Invite her for lunch. Anything that will enable you to spend the day with her. Do you have her phone number?
I've called it 1,000,000 times.
Well, here. Make it 1,000,001.
Since you're sending me out to be a clay pigeon, perhaps we'd better make it a shopping tour. It'll give me a chance to buy Maggie a new horoscope. She dotes on astrology.
Hello?
Is this a good day or a bad day?
A good one, but my horoscope says to be aware of old friends. Who is this?
Ellen Norris.
Ellen, I haven't seen you in years. Dad and I were talking about you just last night. What prompted this wonderful surprise?
I suddenly had the urge to see you. Are you free for lunch?
Yes. In fact, I planned a shopping tour this afternoon. We'll make it a day, huh? And try on absurd hats at outrageous prices which we wouldn't be caught dead.
Sounds like fun.
Give me an hour and then meet me at Jason's.
I'll be there.
Bye-bye.
Everything's set.
Good. Now stay with her and wangle an invitation for dinner if possible. Being a woman, you should have no trouble in carrying on a running conversation for 7 or 8 hours. Now, I'll call Powers and warn him to take precautions.
Anthony Powers.
Mr. Powers, the syndicate has marked you for death.
Isn't 2 calls in an hour rather putting it on thick?
If you resign...
I don't know you or the other man who called, but I do know whom you represent. And you can tell the scum that hires you that I don't scare and I can't be bought.
He hung up. Saugus had already called him, Ellen. Now, while you're getting ready for lunch, I'll invent a mythical client who has 1,000,000 questions to ask about applying for a liquor license. I'll give Anthony Powers a bodyguard without his knowing it. Mr. Powers?
Come in, Gold. Come in.
Thank you.
As I told you when you phoned for an appointment, I'm busy trying to get off to the capital tonight.
Well, I'm sorry to intrude, but you'll be gone several days, and my client is impatient.
We'll go into the library.
Oh, Dad. Dad, guess who called for lunch?
I have no idea. My dear, this is Mr. Galt. My daughter, Margaret.
How do you do?
It's my pleasure. May I presume on a short acquaintance and tell you who your luncheon companion will be?
Why, of course.
Ellen Norris.
How did you know that?
Well, it's written in the stars.
Are you interested in astrology? I was born under the sign of Capricorn.
I was born under Sagittarius.
And I was born under the sign of Pica, the boo.
Oh. Dad is not impressed by horoscopes. Do you know Ellen?
My dearest friend. She told me she was lunching with you.
Oh, Dad, your train doesn't leave until 10. I'd like to have Ellen and Mr. Galt to dinner if you don't mind.
If you'll excuse a hasty departure.
Delighted.
Talk to us at 7-ish, huh? Oh, I must run or I'll be late.
Goodbye, Margaret.
Bye.
Drive carefully. As if she would. Have a seat, Galt.
Oh, thanks.
I've heard you in court several times. Wanted to meet you before now. Wish we had more time to get acquainted. Drink?
No, thanks. Before launching into the business of my client, what are the chances of this bill being lobbied through the legislature?
Once I reach the Capitol, I can defeat it.
And if something happened to you?
I've already had 2 phone calls today threatening me.
Oh? In your place, I'd take them seriously.
They'd never dare make an attempt on my life. The resulting publicity and investigation would endanger the syndicate. Why, they'd never dare harm...
Down! Get down!
No need to. He missed.
But the second time
There won't be a second time. That was intended to frighten me.
That shot must have come from that wooded section.
Undoubtedly.
Since it lies between this house and the city, whoever fired the shot is probably on his way into town.
Pursuit is useless.
However, if we made inquiries...
Excuse me. Hello?
That was just a sample. You want any more?
If you think your cheap tactics will cause my resignation...
Oh, tough boy, huh? Okay, Powers, you ask for it and you'll get it.
Powers, if that shot was fired from the woods, where could the killer find a phone so quickly?
Around the bend of the road, there's a filling station.
Well, come on. If the attendant remembers seeing him, we'll at least have some idea of his identity.
Welcome. Fill her up?
Nothing, thanks.
Okay, I'll clean your windshield. Hey, how about a complete service today? Lubrication, wash job, front wheel repacked, upholstery dusted, battery water checked, new air put in your tires for only $7.95.
No, thank you. We
only
only...
you better have it. You save $4 that way. Hey, how about filling the tank?
This is important.
Well, you think selling gas ain't? How far would this baby run if nobody sold
Shut up.
Huh?
I said shut up.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Powers. Didn't recognize you. You usually come in that old wreck.
Never mind. Now, about 3 minutes before we drove in here, an hour ago, a man stopped, made a phone call, and left.
Well, how do you know? You an astrologist? Hey, I was born under the sign of...
Taurus the bull.
Yeah.
But tell me about this man.
Oh, you tell me. He's your guy.
What did he look like?
Well, he was, kind of medium.
Medium height, medium weight, medium width, medium what?
Oh, just medium.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Oh, look, mister, I don't miss much.
Then you would know him.
No.
What model car was he driving?
47.
47 coupe, 47 sedan, 47 convertible, 47 what?
47 car.
Oh, great. What color?
Color?
Blue, green, red, two-toned?
No, none of them. No, I think it was...
what?
Dirty. Yeah, I remember trying to sell him a wash job.
Young man, a woman's life depends upon you remembering these things.
Well, gosh, Mr. Powers, I'm sorry, but... Hey, why don't you ask your daughter?
Why? What has Margaret got to do with this?
Well, she passed by right after this guy phoned, see? He asked me if that wasn't Margaret Powers, and I said yes, and then he tore out of here right on... Hey, don't forget me now if you ever want to complete service.
We're having lunch at Jason's.
Open it up, Galt. I'll fix any tickets we get. Margaret's my one weakness, and they know it. There's only one thing in the world which could make me resign. Her safety.
While Phil and Anthony Powers speed toward the restaurant, Margaret Powers, unaware that she is being followed by Saugus, enters the fashionable cafe.
Ellen, you look wonderful. Just like you stepped out of the pages of Harper's.
I bought this suit the year Harper's was founded. Oh, Maggie, it's good to see you. The last time was the night we split a blind date.
As I remember it, they deserved an even worse fate. Famished?
I'm too excited to be hungry.
Oh, well, then let's window shop until we work up an appetite, huh?
Okay.
There's a certain sales girl I enjoy in Southern.
Same old Maggie. Oh, I'm glad we're doing this.
So am I.
Let's window shop the Horns. Their $200 wash dresses are on sale for $99.50.
Well, one of my dearest friends has one. It resembles a warmed-over potato sack. Imported, of course. Incidentally, I like your Mr. Galt.
Phil? Oh, where did you run into him?
He's out at the house. Oh, let's go in here. They've got the most wonderful freckle cream. It makes fried freckles look like boiled freckles.
Just so they aren't rare.
Mr. Galt mentioned that you were friends, so I invited him to dinner tonight.
Oh?
Using you as a lure, I said you'd be there.
Oh.
You like him?
Very much.
Oh, look, a clearance on stoves.
Only $3.98.
That's a steal on stoves. Only I don't need one. Well, let's go see Miss Mudpack.
Miss Mudpack?
Yes, she demonstrates facial mud, and I detest her. So every time I come in, I insist that she demonstrate it. When her face is all covered, I decide not to buy.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ellen, look at this. Oh.
Pardon me, I was following too closely on your heels.
You're the man who followed me into the parking lot.
I assure you I've followed much worse, but you're mistaken.
Oh, no, I'm not. You almost took my bumper.
My dear young lady, you're mistaken. Now, you must excuse me.
Oh, not bad.
Margaret, do you really think he's following you?
Oh, I hope so. Next to buying a new hat, nothing gives the lift.
But if he came here from the parking lot...
Relax, honey. Just coincidence. Don't get excited.
Excited? Why, I guess it's foolish. Let's forget it.
I think I resent your implication. After all, my equipment isn't so bad.
Oh, Maggie, you'll never change.
Oh, Ellie, I've had a wonderful brainstorm. It's such a wonderful day. Let's get my wonderful car and drive out to the wonderful country casino for lunch.
Wonderful.
I'm parked just around the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, you wouldn't bump into people if you stopped looking behind you.
I'm expecting my dark past to overtake me.
You're much too young to have accumulated a past.
I thought I saw someone I recognized.
Someone I know?
No, it's someone I don't think you'd care to know.
A few minutes later, Anthony Powers and Philip Galt double park in front of Chasen's. Phil runs quickly into the restaurant and almost as quickly returns to the car.
She wasn't there. They met in the lobby and then went somewhere else.
Trying to find them in this shopping crowd would be almost impossible.
Yeah, that's in our favor. Killer will either lose her in the crowd or be unable to get close enough to harm her and still make his getaway.
Galt, shall I call in the police?
Whatever you think best. It might force his hand.
Is she in real danger?
I don't know, Powers. I can't answer that.
Relax, Ellen. You're wearing out my rearview mirror.
Oh, was I doing that?
You were, but you didn't think I was watching you.
Just a habit.
No, I don't think it is. For some reason, you're afraid of that car that's been following us for the last 10 minutes.
Maggie.
I'm not stupid, Ellen. If for any reason I'm in danger, tell me about it. Give me a chance to defend myself.
Maggie, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look at it this way. You call after years of silence. A man bumps into me. You become excited and keep looking behind you. If you're not afraid for me, then it leaves only one other thought. A very unpleasant one.
What?
You're spotting me for whoever is or should be following us.
Maggie, I give you my word that isn't true. I wouldn't do... Oh,
what is it?
That car behind us is speeded up.
Why, it's the man from the department store.
Oh, this is too much coincidence. Turn up the side street, quickly.
He's turning too.
I don't like this. Maggie, pull over to the curb.
Well, it's too late for that.
And throw on the brakes and duck.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living a dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, has ordered the syndicate's imported killer Saugus to force Anthony Powers to resign from the Liquor Control Board. If Powers refuses to resign, then Saugus is to kill Powers. In his campaign of intimidation, Saugus has fired a burst of machine gun bullets into the car driven by Margaret Powers.
Maggie, are you all right?
I'm wiggling my fingers and toes. They say if they work, you're alive.
Let me know how you come out.
My horoscope was right. I should be aware of old friends. Ellen, how did you know this was going to happen?
Oh, Maggie, I didn't. Believe me. When you bumped into that man, I had a hunch. I watched and saw him follow us.
I see. The syndicate again. They hate my father. Well, what now?
Let's venture out, and if our undercarriage doesn't fold, we'll put in a call to Phil and your dad.
Galt, if Margaret isn't here, I'm calling in the police.
I think that's very wise. Perhaps that's her.
Or news that she's been...
Steady.
Hello?
Dad?
Margaret, are you safe?
Oh, I'm shaken and bruised. How did you know about the accident?
I'll tell you later. Was Ellen injured?
Oh, no. She wants to talk to Mr. Galt.
All right. Ellen wants to talk to you.
Right. Hello, Ellen.
Yes, Phil.
What happened?
He followed us and shot at us with a machine gun.
The car was wrecked?
Yes.
Where are you now?
At a residence at the corner of Elm and Ackerd.
Well, don't either of you move until we get there.
Dynamite couldn't move me until you get here.
We'll go in your car, Galt.
Let's take 2 cars. As soon as I pick up Ellen, I want to get to my office.
All right, I'll just... Now, who is that?
Probably the syndicate.
Shall I answer it?
I would.
Hello?
Been trying to reach you, Powers. The line was busy.
If you harm a hair on my daughter's head...
Powers, you've had 2 friendly warnings. Get smart, resign.
No.
All right, then buy your daughter a coffin.
Wait. Give me time to think it over.
That's better. I'll call you back in an hour.
Galt, I'm a coward. I can't sacrifice my daughter's life. I'll resign.
Are you phoning the papers?
Yes.
Give me an hour, Powers. Just 1 hour. Maybe I can figure an angle.
What can you do?
Give me an hour.
All right. 1 hour. No more. But, Galt, I don't think it'll do any good.
Phil, I don't care what he says. Tony Powers is not a coward. Why, he holds our nation's 2nd highest award for bravery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He served under Ridgway in World War I. Margaret and I used to play Red Cross nurse, and we'd decorate the boy heroes by reading the citation and pinning the medal on their chest.
Ellen, if you don't mind, I'm racking my brain.
I can't help it, Phil. Your dirty syndicate has won this fight, and a wonderful man's entire life is crashing around his head.
Ellen, who did you say he served under?
Ridgway.
Ridgway. Ellen, I've got an idea. Before we go into my office, count under your breath when I say go. When you think 15 seconds have elapsed, say time.
What?
It's important.
All right.
Go.
1, 2, 3. Time.
11 seconds. Come on.
What's it all about?
You speed it up.
I played that before. Everyone speeds up.
I gotta call the syndicate.
What's it all about?
They can't kill Margaret. Powers would never stop fighting them. So he is their real target. Operator, New York, circle 1798. Saugus must strike tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. For if Powers reaches the capital, he can table that bill indefinitely. Now I think I know how we can remove Saugus permanently from the scene. Shh.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
All attempts to intimidate Powers have failed.
Go on.
Powers and daughter are staying on the 2nd floor of their home under heavy guard.
Can machine gun be brought to bear on level trajectory?
Impossible to use machine gun.
Well, what do you suggest?
Tonight, Anthony Powers will have 2 guests for dinner. At exactly 8 o'clock, the French doors upstairs will be opened.
How does this help Saugus?
A hand grenade tossed through the French doors will kill everybody in the room.
Congratulations, Central City. Saugus will be so instructed.
Phil, you really fixed it. Now, instead of one person getting killed, we all get it.
Now, hurry, Ellen. We've got exactly 20 minutes to get back to Powers and ask his cooperation.
Dad's in the library.
Has anyone phoned, Margaret?
All the newspapers and wire services.
After you, Ellen.
Galt, I was afraid you weren't going to make it. The answer is due in 5 minutes.
I have a plan, but first an experiment. While I hold my watch, you and Margaret count under your breath. When you think 15 seconds have elapsed, say time.
Galt, you're no fool. There's a reason.
Yes.
You ready, Margaret?
I'm ready.
Get set. Go.
Time.
9 seconds.
Time.
11 seconds.
So?
Mr. Powers, you served in World War I.
I did.
Handle hand grenades?
Yes, of course.
What is a grenade's greatest danger?
Well, that you'll throw it too soon and the enemy will grab it, toss it back, and kill you with your own grenade.
Don't they explode on contact?
No, Ellen. They're detonated by a time mechanism. A certain number of seconds after the pin is pulled.
I know all this, Galt.
If a man is tossing a grenade which explodes in 8 seconds, he'll have an even greater tendency than you just had to rush his count.
Go on.
To explode at, say, 8 seconds, he must throw it on the count of 6. He'll probably toss it on the count of 3.5 or 4. Now, if the enemy, in this case ourselves, were waiting, caught it, there'd be a possible 4 seconds in which to toss it back.
Oh, but that's fantastic.
No, it isn't either. As an infantryman, I know. Go on.
Well, since intimidation failed, you, Mr. Powers, are the prime target of the syndicate. Now, if you live through the night, if the killer is destroyed, you can be winning the fight at the Capitol before they can get another murderer to take his place. Now, will you gamble your life on your reflexes and mine?
Galt, I'd gamble, but if the grenade were dropped...
Only you and I take the risk.
There's a hole in your theory a mile wide.
What is it, Dad?
The murderer's known preference for machine guns. He'd never fool with a grenade. Oh, the hour is up. I'll tell the syndicate they've won. I'm resigning.
Dad, you can't do it. I won't let you. I'd rather be dead than live in a country controlled by gangsters.
Don't answer it, Powers.
But
let it ring. Mr. Powers, lawyers, like doctors and newspaper reporters, have sources of underworld information that are unimpeachable.
What do you mean?
Since I left here this afternoon, I know that a grenade is to be thrown into your upstairs dining room at 8 o'clock.
How do you know?
I can't reveal my source, but I'll stand right beside you and bet my life that the information is true.
I can't take the chance. Margaret and Ellen...
No harm will come to Ellen or Margaret. Take the chance with me. If we win, the entire state benefits.
All right. I'll do it.
You took your own sweet time answering. What's it gonna be, Powers?
Tell the syndicate they know where they can go.
That's final?
Very final.
It's your funeral.
Well, Galt, we've committed ourselves.
Shake?
Shake. I've always wondered how a guinea pig feels.
We'll know for certain tonight.
Phil, Margaret said I'd find you up here in the dining room.
I wanted to recheck our plans for any slip-up.
I wanted to talk to you before dinner.
Sit here, my dear.
You know, of course, that an hour from now you...
I know.
Phil, if anything happened to you, I think I'd die.
Ellen, there's something I'd like to say to you before...
Galt, I'd like to run through it just one more time.
Well...
Can't be too careful, you know. Now, let's see. Ellen, what do you do?
Margaret and I excuse ourselves after dessert and go into the library.
Then we push our chairs back and you offer me a cigar. I accept.
We walk to the end of the table and you light my cigar.
Then we stroll to the French doors and I open them.
Yes. And I stop in the center of this one and you stop in the other. It's getting dark already.
Yes. The killer will probably make his way to that oleander bush.
You mean where that shadow just moved?
Shadow?
Look out!
Catch it! Grab it!
I'll get it!
Hurry!
This is a rock.
I threw it. I wanted to test your reaction.
Oh.
I wanted to see if either of you could catch it under strain.
But Margaret will be expecting the grenade.
But you won't know at what second he'll throw it.
Is there a porch light down there?
Yes.
Well, leave it on, Margaret. I didn't even see that rock until it was already past me.
Phil, I hope you don't make the same mistake twice.
Ellen, you must make a pretense of eating.
I can't. This dessert is choking me.
And you too, Margaret. This must appear to be a normal dinner party.
2 minutes of 8.
Phil.
Margaret, you rise.
No, I...
Do as he says. Steady, dear.
Now you, Ellen. That's it. Smile at us.
Good girls. Now chat as you walk into the library. Galt, care for a cigar?
Thank you. Excellent Havana. I'll light yours for you. Stroll to the French doors. Keep your eye on the oleander.
I will.
Now the doors.
Beautiful night. You see him?
Indeed it is. Stepping move at that bush. Watch it. Watch it. Here it comes.
Grab it.
I got it.
You dropped it. Quick, grab it. Throw it back.
Bill, Dad! Oh, Dad! Oh, thank God. Bill.
There, dear. Cry if it'll make you feel better.
Ellen, it's all over. Everything's all right.
Oh, Galt.
Yes?
Can I offer you a drink?
You certainly may.
Good. And while you're getting yours, bring me a double. My legs have just turned to buttermilk.
Bill, if you ever take chances like that again, I'll disown you.
You won't have to disown me, Ellen. I'll never live through it a second time.
Now, I suppose you've got to call the syndicate.
Yes, but Powers and Margaret are safe. The syndicate is lost. Hello, operator, give me New York. Circle 1798. Dinner afterward?
No, I must rest up for my shopping tour tomorrow.
But you went shopping today.
My horoscope says tomorrow is a day of potential explosions. Guard against them. And that's just what I'm going to do.
Oh.
I'm going to buy a bulletproof vest.
Oh, no.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Saugus held on to grenade too long. State police have taken Powers and his daughter into protective custody.
I see. For further instructions, call Denver at midnight.
Denver at midnight. The
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kraulbein, Betty Lou Gerson, Byron Kane, and Jerry Hausner. Original music by Johnny Duffy. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Carnes. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You will persuade him. The method is your responsibility. You will not fail.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edge of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Philip Galt's oak-paneled law office, we find him at the telephone speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, making his report to a superior in the syndicate in New York.
Hello, New York. Jordan given instructions. Will advise later.
Aha!
Aha yourself. What's in that pretty head of yours?
Brains. I just figured out something.
Yeah, what?
Well, under ordinary circumstances, when you give out with that horrible voice of your alter egos, you instruct someone to kill someone else.
And?
And then you have to break your neck to stop the killing you started in the first place.
In the second place, sweetheart, the syndicate starts it.
Well, anyway, our whole evening is ruined.
Okay, so...
So, tonight I notice you didn't give instructions to have anybody killed. Ergo, that means you don't have to involve yourself in that horrible syndicate business. And you can devote your full attention to paying attention to me.
But, Ellen...
Yes?
It'll be a pleasure.
Oh, no.
So what's the matter?
Well, you agree with me.
Well, don't I always?
Well, you've got that backwards. It's not don't you always. It's you always don't.
You know what I was thinking?
Should I know?
A place where we can have a nice, leisurely dinner. Look soulfully into each other's eyes over coffee with soft music in the background. And then emerge into the evening in search of entertainment.
Honest, Phil? No syndicate business at all?
Well, nothing pressing.
Phil.
Now, relax, sweetheart. You won't be able to digest your food properly if you don't.
It's been so long. So long.
Since we had an evening like this?
Uh-huh. Every second I think something's going to come along and spoil it.
Nothing can. Only, this thing tonight with Jordan, why would the syndicate be interested in buying out a fighter's contract?
I don't know, and I don't want to think about it. Look at that woman's hat over there.
Lovely. Of course, it's the fight game, and fighting's been a source of income for gamblers, touts, and fixers almost since boxing took up the Marquis of Queensberry rules.
It isn't lovely. It's monstrous.
What is?
That hat. You haven't been listening to me.
Every word. Now, as soon as you put away that lipstick, we can sally forth and find us some entertainment.
Any idea what kind? There's a show at the Circle that got wonderful reviews.
As a matter of fact, I have an idea.
Wonderful, darling. Don't tell me. Let it be a surprise.
They have a knockout in it because Sullivan's knees are buckling. And there it comes, a hard left to the middle. An uppercut that snaps Sullivan takes. Oh, this battling Abbey is dynamite. Sullivan is groggy, his eyes are glassy, and I think, yes, the referee is stopping the fight. It's a TKO for battling Abbey in the sixth
I was
round.
looking for a surprise.
You
did it again,
This is entertainment, sweetheart. This kid Noonan is an up-and-coming youngster. Well, I thought you liked the fight.
So do you, if it fits in with your plan.
I didn't have any plans. Now, you sit tight. This won't take but 5 minutes.
What won't? Phil Galt, where are you going?
Back to the dressing rooms. I want to speak to Kid Noonan's manager.
Oh.
And I don't want you pushing so much tonight. This boy is a counterboxer. He doesn't lead. He waits for you to open up and then he counters. Yeah, what is it?
My name is Gall. I'd like to talk to you, Corky.
No, not now. What kind of brains you got, Gall? The kid's going out there in a few minutes.
Sorry, I didn't know you were giving him last-minute instructions.
Well, I'm all through with him anyway. Keep those muscles rippling. Over here, Gall. We can talk for a couple minutes anyway.
Okay. Nice boy.
Yeah, he's coming. Not up there yet, but a comer. If I can get him fights.
If? Why can't you?
Gangsters are trying to take over the fight game, Sonny. Lay down, kid. Relax.
Gangsters?
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with your face looking like it had an argument with a buzzsaw?
You're not so dumb, Galt.
Oh. But I don't understand why anybody beat you up.
Better you don't understand. Look, what can I do for you?
Well, I was wondering if Kid Noonan's up for sale.
You too.
Me too what?
Wanting to buy the kid.
Oh. Who else wanted to buy him?
The guy who wouldn't take no for an answer and then gave me this going over.
But it was still no?
Yeah, to him and to you. The kid is my boy, and I'm keeping him. If I can figure a way to get him some fights.
You don't know this gangster?
No.
He called himself by some name, didn't he?
Smitty. That tell you anything?
You're like a fighter with both eyes closed, in there swinging against the champ. This Smitty said he was representing someone else. A certain group is the way he put it. But I know who that certain group is.
These gangsters?
The syndicate, Sonny. They've been trying to buy their way into the fight game for months.
Oh, to rig the betting, things like that?
You're getting the idea. Control. Who wins what fight? Who gets the big build-up for champ?
And they're forcing you to sell by making it tough for you to get fights.
Sure, if I can't get fights for my boy, what good is he to me? I might as well sell him.
How do they go about keeping you from getting matches?
Look, getting the right fights arranged for your boy ain't easy in the first place. You gotta pick your spots. See that he comes along gradually, doesn't get in over his head. But my boy happens to have a good right hand. And a lot of fighters don't want to get in the ring with him.
But you just said...
That's just part of it, Sonny. To get a match, I gotta go through a promoter. Somebody who hires the hall, arranges for the promotion, selling tickets, publicity. Well, I'm having trouble with the promoters lately, too.
You mean the promoters are playing along with this syndicate you mentioned?
Maybe playing along, maybe being forced to play along.
Have you taken this up with the boxing commissioners?
Oh, what's the use? What are they going to do about it? Look, I got to take my boy out there now. This may be his last fight for a long time.
Suppose I take it up with the boxing commission.
You? Go ahead. Fella by the name of Jordan's your best bet.
Jordan?
Yeah, you know.
I might. And I might, as a lawyer, be able to get Kid Noonan some fights.
Well, you can try. I'll give you a list of the boys I'd like to match him with. If you do...
If I do?
I'll buy your tickets to the kids' fights for the next 10 years.
Another from Kid Noonan. What a sweetheart of a fighter with dynamite in his right hand. And Lefty Johnson's got a lot of respect for it. There's the end of the first round, folks. Here's a word about Whetstone.
Nice shoulders on Kid Noonan.
Seems to have a lot of promise, doesn't he?
He can promise me something any old time.
You know, it'd be a shame if his future in boxing were suddenly cut off, wouldn't it?
You mean the syndicate?
Mm-hmm. The kid's in the middle, like between the frying pan and the fire.
Why?
Because if Corky won't sell his contract, the kid won't be able to get any fights. And if the syndicate does buy him, it'll be for their own purposes. Fixed fights, phonies, gambling coups. Nice, huh?
Well, what can you do about it, sir?
I can stick my nose in and smell around anyway. Now, here comes the second round.
It's the second round. They come out of their corners, meet in the center. Oh, brother. Kid Noonan is going to fool around this time. There's a slashing left. Now that right crosses over. Lefty's on the rope, hanging on. Now it's a cinch now. He's got all the time in the world. Here it is. Lefty Johnson's down. A short right. It didn't travel either. As we pick up the count, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, and out.
Let's go, Ellen. I want to see someone.
Syndicate business.
No, my own. I want to find out about a man named Jordan who's on the boxing commission and how the syndicate goes about keeping Kid Noonan from getting fights. Ellen.
Uh-huh.
This fellow Jordan I called up when I used the Whisperer's voice to give instruction.
What about him?
Corky Ballou told me the man to see on the boxing commission is named Jordan, too.
Oh? The same one?
Could be. I don't know. Press in that cigarette lighter, will you, sweetheart?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
It'll set off another one of your gadgets.
No, I just want a cigarette. Here, take one out of my jacket pocket and light it for me, will you?
All right.
No.
What?
Not that case. Put it back. There's an open package of cigarettes in my pocket.
What's the matter with the case?
Ellen!
What?
Don't press that catch. The case is loaded.
Loaded? With what?
Enough explosive to blow this car to Kingdom Come. Now put it back in my pocket.
Bill Galt, is this another gadget of yours?
A kind of deadly gadget, Ellen. Now just slip it back. Easy. That's fine. Thanks.
What do you expect to do with it?
Well, you can never tell when a situation will come up that demands a little subtlety.
Subtlety? With a miniature atom bomb in your pocket? Here, a cigarette.
Thanks.
Deliver me from a slap-happy gadgeteer.
I'll deliver you right to our destination. And here we are. And please don't divert Mr. Jordan's attention while I'm talking to him.
Divert his attention?
By being so ravishing.
Sir, and you, Miss Norris, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure for me just to look at such a beautiful home, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
Being a boxing commissioner must be a good job.
Oh, no, Miss Norris. It's an honorary job. No fee involved at all. I've been lucky in life, Miss Norris.
Oh? You picked the right father? Left you this beautiful house?
Mr. Galt, she's priceless.
And that's what I keep telling her. I can't pay her what she's worth.
Now, tell me, will you have a drink? Scotch, bourbon?
No, thanks.
Not for me.
Well, I'm going to mix one for myself, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly.
Well?
It's him.
The Jordan?
I recognize his voice. The one I spoke to on the phone.
And now, what can I do for you, Mr. Galt?
Well, frankly, Mr. Jordan, I'm here on serious business. Business that you might not like. I'm an attorney.
Oh?
I have a client who thinks he's being damaged.
Well, have I damaged him?
Indirectly, perhaps. That's what I'm here to find out. My client's name is Corky Ballou.
Oh, the fight manager. Yes, he manages a boy called
Kid Noonan.
Yes, Kid Noonan, a good fighter, likely to go places.
That's just it, Mr. Jordan. He's not likely to go places at all. Corky can't get a fight for him.
No?
This one tonight was the last he could arrange.
Well, that's odd. The other fighter's afraid of him?
Perhaps. And perhaps it's that no promoter wants to arrange a fight for him. Mr. Jordan, I think it's possible I may be able to find some kind of monopolistic policy which the courts would frown on.
Well, that's an odd thought.
Well, I don't know why it's odd. There are monopolies in commerce and industry. Why can't there be monopolies in boxing?
Well, I'm not a lawyer.
I am. I wanted to ask you why Kid Noonan can't get any fights in this town.
Well, frankly, Mr. Galt, I don't know.
I see.
However, I'll look into it if I may.
Certainly.
And I'll call you in the morning, Mr. Galt. Good evening, Miss Norris.
Goodbye.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Still, I don't believe it.
Believe what?
That Mr. Jordan is mixed up in any way with the syndicate.
He's the Jordan I gave instructions to. He's the one who told someone by the name of Smitty to buy Kid Noonan's contract from Corky Ballou. And when Corky wouldn't sell, Smitty gave him a terrible beating.
Smitty. He must be one of the syndicate's hired killers from out of town.
Sent here to work on this job with Jordan.
But Mr. Jordan is so cultured, so refined.
Yes. Come on in with me.
Where? This drugstore?
Yeah, I want to make a phone call to New York. Ellen.
It's about time you got through. I
Think you can fit in here with me?
Why, Phil Galt. I'd love to try. What is it?
I just got my instructions from New York. I want you to hear me pass them on. Nice, refined Mr. Jordan. That's how much you can take a woman's intuition.
Hello?
Jordan.
Yes.
New instructions. Corky Ballou will be at his training camp at Rosedale Lake tomorrow.
Rosedale Lake tomorrow. Instructions?
You will see to.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of danger, living his dual role. After failing in their plan to buy Kid Noonan's contract from his manager, Corky Ballou, the syndicate has instructed the Whisperer to pass on the orders for Corky's death. Now, Philip Galt, alias the Whisperer, must prevent this murder and still retain the secret of his double identity.
Come in for a minute, Phil.
Thanks.
And so quiet all the way here.
Well, I've been quiet. I've been thinking, Ellen.
I can see where that would take up your whole attention.
Seriously, we're in it now.
We? You're the one who always puts us in it, passing along those horrible instructions.
Mm-hmm, and I'm right back at the starting point. Jordan will tell this Smitty to kill Corky Ballou. But who is Smitty? What does he look like?
It's always the same, Phil.
Yes, but in this case, we've got a lead.
Rosedale Lake.
That's right. Training camp for Corky's fighters. He'll probably get back there late tonight or early tomorrow. And Jordan will have passed on his information to Smitty. It's too bad you have to work tomorrow.
Who said I have to? Dr. Lee's in Philadelphia, a medical convention. And the office is closed for 2 whole days.
Oh. Oh, it's a long, grueling trip, and
I love a trip. And Phil?
Huh?
Jordan is slimy. I don't just plain old hate him. I loathe him.
I know what you mean. But don't let your emotions carry you away.
Something I wish would happen to you.
What?
Here you take me out for an evening, drive me home. I invite you in, and what do? Make love to me? Tell me what your emotions are doing to you? No.
Come here.
No, thanks.
Come here.
No.
I said come here.
Well, if you put it like that.
The syndicate works in many ways, and this was a new one even to Phil Galt, alias the Whisperer. With their ramified network operating at top efficiency, they are trying to gain control of a large block of the fighting interest throughout the nation, with one tentacle of the giant octopus reaching into Central City. After Phil had said goodnight to Ellen, he drove back to his apartment, trying to figure out how he could put a stop to the syndicate's plans. Towards morning, he fell into a restless sleep, and...
Hello.
Hello, Galt.
It's speaking.
Oh, did I awaken you?
Yes, you did, Jordan. What time is it?
It's 8:30. A good attorney should be out of bed and in his office by this time.
Who said I was good?
I'm leaving on a little trip, Galt, and I've got some information for you if you'd like to drop by my office.
Sure.
Could you make it in about half an hour?
Right.
Simple matter after all, Galt. There's always an explanation for everything.
You're referring to Kid Noonan?
Yes, that's right. The answer is that there are only 2 or 3 fighters who will take a chance with him in the ring.
Just a moment. I have a list somewhere in my pocket. Corky Ballou gave it to me. Here it is.
Oh, may I see it?
Certainly. Those are the fighters Corky'd like to have Kid Noonan fight.
And none of them are available.
Well, I was quick checking you did, Jordan.
Huh? Oh, well, it's my business call. When I undertook to become a member of the commission, I decided I'd do the best job I could for the best interests of boxing.
I wish more of our public servants had that kind of outlook.
Yes. I spoke to 2 promoters this morning. Both of them have a peculiar attitude about Kid Noonan.
Oh? What's that?
They don't want to do business with Corky Ballou.
Any particular reason?
They both said he was difficult to deal with, and they just as soon fill their cards with fighters not managed by him.
So there are 2 reasons why Kid Noonan won't be able to get fights. No fighters available, and the promoters won't play with Corky. That's a double squeeze, Jordan.
Well, there you have it, Galt. If Corky wants to fight with the champ...
Corky says the kid's not ready for the champ yet.
Then there's nothing else I can tell you. As you can see, there is no indication of a blackball or, how did you say it, monopolistic practices.
It's a pretty quick whitewash, Jordan. But thanks for the promptness anyway.
Not at all.
It's about time you came out.
Ellen, what are you doing here?
I called you at home. You weren't there. I thought you'd left for Rosedale Lake without me, and I was furious. And then I suspected you'd be calling on Jordan, and I looked up his business address, and, well, here I am.
So I see. Ellen, this is going to be dangerous.
I'm going.
It's getting more and more complicated, and if I don't spot Smitty, I don't know how to stop this thing. But I did make a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
No, not to the syndicate. To a friend of yours.
Mine?
Well, he was much more attracted to you than he was to me. Tommy Farrell, the reporter. You remember him.
Oh, you're not mixing him up in this deal.
There are 2 problems we have, sweetheart.
Let's get started. It's a long drive.
Okay.
2 problems, you said. I know one, to save Corky Ballou from the city.
That's right. And the second is, what's to become of Kid Noonan? How's he going to get fights? Because even if we succeed in saving Corky, the syndicate doesn't forget. And the syndicate won't give up its plans to get their hands on Kid Noonan's contract.
So you called Tommy Farrell?
Publicity, sweetheart. If the papers make enough noise about a fighter not being allowed to fight, then the syndicate won't press. They can't. The way they operate, it's always got to be undercover.
Well, what's Tommy going to do?
First, he wants to make sure what I told him is the truth. He's flying up to Rosedale Lake this afternoon.
Flying?
Now, one of his pals lends him his helicopter whenever he needs it.
Oh, beats driving, doesn't it?
Well, aren't you enjoying the drive?
Yes, Bill. It's what we're driving toward that I'm not enjoying. Beautiful, Phil. Look at the sun sparkle on the water. And the air so clean.
There's the hotel. We'll drive around the back.
There's a boxing ring, Phil.
Punching bags, equipment. Nobody's here, though. Say, how about some lunch in the hotel, and then we'll look up Corky?
Well, maybe he's not here.
He'll be here, sweetheart. The syndicate doesn't make mistakes. And they said he'd be here. Finished with your lunch?
All finished.
Let's go, then. We'll ask around. Corky's the kind of a guy I think wouldn't pass up lunch.
Tommy! Tommy!
Farrell, where is he? Oh.
Hi, kids.
Oh, just get in?
Uh-huh. Why, don't you look like the cat that ate the canary?
Me?
You?
It wasn't canary. It was chicken fricassee. And very good, too. Both helping.
For lunch?
With Phil, I never know if I'll eat dinner at a reasonable hour.
Or if you'll eat it all, from what I can gather. Well, what's the gizmo with Corky Ballou? If things are so urgent, what are you hanging around here for?
Where should I hang around?
His bungalow.
Bungalow? Doesn't he live here in the hotel?
Of course not. Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't know. Me, I've been up here so many times, the woods are like little brothers to me.
We better hurry.
Suppose you hurry, Phil. I'll go down to the lake with Ellen.
Fine. Just what I was going to suggest.
Oh, no, you're not getting away like that, Phil Galt. We're coming along. Besides, Tommy has to show you the way.
Well, then let's go. You didn't see Corky last night, Farrell? His face was a mess. Good going over because he wouldn't sell the kid. Now I'm afraid the ones who want to buy aren't going to stop with a beating.
The syndicate?
That's right. Ellen, you all right?
All right.
Aren't we near his place, Farrell?
Pretty close. They're moving into the boxing racket, huh?
Already moved in.
Yeah, I kind of smell that here and there.
Smell will get worse. The only thing that can help is publicity. Lots of it.
Well, I'm your boy. Oh, through that brush over there.
No. That it?
All right. Now, there are a couple of more bungalows farther on, but this is the one Corky uses himself.
I don't see any signs of him.
Yeah, let's go in. We can see if he's around.
Right.
Come in. Come in.
Phil, a gun.
Uh-huh.
Well, I said come in.
I never thought I'd be able to do it. He took his eyes off me. He didn't know I had a gun. I got it late last night.
Take it easy, Corky.
Yeah, take it easy. What was going on?
Hey,
Here, sit down.
he was going to take me to the lake and shoot me
Nice business.
because I wouldn't sell kid's contract.
Yeah, looks like you tagged another story for me, Galt.
Yeah. Look, Corky, you haven't got a thing to worry about. I knew it was coming. That's why I came up here.
How did you know, Galt?
Huh?
Put up your hands. You, Corky, drop the gun.
So, this was the little trip you mentioned, Jordan.
Yes, that's right. What are you doing here, Galt?
Well, Corky's my client, remember?
Yes. And how did you know what was going to happen?
It wasn't hard to figure, Jordan. Not after the beating Corky took yesterday.
It's beginning to look to me like you knew quite a bit of the deal. Perhaps you were in on the whole thing, Galt.
Oh?
I've been investigating. Someone wanted to buy you out, Corky. Didn't Smitty tell you he was representing someone else?
That's right.
Maybe it was Galt here.
He did say something about...
There, you see? You never know who you can trust, Corky. Now, wouldn't you say that if the tables were turned and Galt had this gun, he'd shoot all of us?
I don't think so, Jordan.
I seem to remember your face. Who are you?
Tommy Farrell.
Oh, yes, a newspaper man.
A newspaper man who knows a story when he sees it, Jordan. How did you know this gunman here?
I didn't know him.
You knew his name?
Oh, did I? It must have slipped out.
So you can drop the act, Jordan. We all know what you are and who you work for.
Oh, that's a shame, especially for Miss Norris here. I'd really grown quite fond of her. She has an unusual wit. It touches a responsive chord in me. All right, now stand up, Corky.
Sure.
Take your hands out of your pocket, Galt.
I was just going for a cigarette. Do you mind?
Well, you won't need it.
Oh, come now, Jordan. The condemned man is always granted a last request.
Certainly, Mr. Galt. Pass them around if you like.
Of course, sweetheart. I've one for you, too. The catch on this cigarette case is sometimes hard to release.
No.
What is it?
That case, it's explosive. There's enough dynamite in there. No, don't press that case.
What's the difference? Dynamite or Jordan's gun? I might just as well press this.
Oh, no!
Here. Okay, drop it. Coming still up. Corky, you...
I shot him.
A good job, too, Corky. He's dead.
That's twice.
Phil,
What, sweetheart?
you were going to press that catch and blow us all to smithereens. You were going to, I know.
Of course, sweetheart. You never can tell what a woman will scream at, Farrell. Let this be a lesson to you.
It wasn't loaded.
With cigarettes?
You tricked me.
Uh-huh.
You knew I'd be frightened.
Yes, dear, and raise a commotion in case I needed one. Corky.
I never even shot a gun before today. The police, what'll they do?
Nothing. It was self-defense, Corky.
Oh, I'll call him.
Corky, are you coming into Central City soon?
Tonight.
How about driving my car down for me? I want to find out what a helicopter ride is like.
Well, they won't be able to keep Kid Noonan from getting fights now. Not when every newspaper in the country exposes the syndicate moving in on a boxing game.
That's what I thought. You newspaper men have your points after all.
I always thought so, too.
It ought to be real nice up here in the clouds, if there are only two of us.
Now, don't be bashful, Farrell. Anything you want to tell me, you can say in front of Ellen.
Getting a little airsick, Galt? Be glad to drop you off anywhere.
No, feel fine.
We have a spare parachute.
I wouldn't think of taking a spare, Farrell. Suppose Ellen had to get out and thumb around.
You keep it up, boys. It's building the old ego. There's only one thing, Tommy, that makes me stick so close to Phil.
Oh, tell me, I'll cultivate it.
His gadgets. Like that cigarette case thing.
That was a psychological gadget, Ellen.
Would that make it a psychological case?
Oh, Ellen.
That does it. Ellen, you can use that parachute any time.
Hello, New York. Murder of Corky Ballou failed. Jordan and Smitty killed. I will check for further instructions with St. Louis at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Julius Kralbein, Jack Moyles, and Eddie Fields. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn, original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Today you'll want to hear the further adventures of the Mary Vanderhoff household as Academy Award winner Walter Brennan appears as Grandpa Vanderhoff on You Can't Take It With You. Later there's adventure in international intrigue with Mr. Moto. Then genial Phil Baker comes to the NBC microphone prepared to pay handsomely if you come up with the answer to his all-important $64 question. Hear all three today on NBC.
The Whisperer. The Whisperer.
Lorenzo speaking.
Lorenzo, listen carefully. James Doty, owner of the Platinum Nugget, refuses to sell out to the syndicate.
James Doty, owner of the Platinum Nugget. Check.
He has been given his last warning.
What are my instructions?
You will kill him.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's real identity is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now, in the doctor's office, she listens as Philip Galt, as the Whisperer, reports to his superiors in the syndicate.
Go ahead, Central City.
Instructions given to Lorenzo.
Stay on top of this one, Central City. 7 previous attempts to kill Doty have failed. When you call back next time, it had better be to report that Doty is dead.
Oh, that doesn't sound so good.
Something wrong, Phil?
The syndicate sounds unhappy.
Do they suspect you've been working against them?
I doubt it. Otherwise, I'd suddenly develop a hole in the chest, about 3 feet wide.
Phil, something's always bothered me about your setup with the syndicate.
What is that, Ellen?
Don't they know that you're really Philip Galt?
No. You see, Ellen, when I first went to work for the syndicate, I gave them a fictitious name. That accident in college had wrecked my voice, and the only sound I could make was that horrible rattling whisper.
How well I remember. The first time I heard it, goosebumps 6 inches high came up all over me.
It affects most people that way. Naturally, my nickname became the Whisperer, and the news spread quickly throughout the underworld.
When did you receive your law degree?
Before the accident to my vocal cords. I'd about given up hope of ever talking again when I met Dr. Lee.
After you left the office that first day, he said he'd do anything in the world to restore your voice. He said that such an affliction could turn a man against society.
He's a wonderful man, Ellen. After he performed the operation which restored my speech, I saw an opportunity to resume my real identity as Philip Galt, lawyer.
And fight against the syndicate.
That's right.
Phil, I've never asked you this, but, well, maybe I shouldn't, but...
Ask me anything you want, Ellen. I'll answer it if I can.
Phil, have you ever killed for the syndicate?
No, Ellen. I've never broken a single law or done anything illegal for them. They may be their voice, and I pass along their instructions. I never help in their plans for crime.
I'm glad.
Now, I'd better call Doty.
To warn him?
Yes. The syndicate has attempted to kill him on 7 different occasions, but each time he's escaped. They fastened bombs to his car, shot at him from ambush, tossed dynamite into his home, and planted landmines in his driveway. He has almost as many lives as a cat.
I hope his luck holds out.
Hello?
Doty.
The Whisperer.
How do you know about me?
I know more about the syndicate than they realize. I don't know who you really are, but I do know you're their finger man. You say a name, and right away someone gets fitted for a halo and a celestial license for a non-stop takeoff.
The syndicate has...
Marked me for death, I know. After a baker's half-dozen tries in my life, that's scarcely news. But your calling is. Okay, so it's a warning, and I appreciate it. But the syndicate wouldn't appreciate it. They're stuffy that way. They found out about this. You take a foot bath in 30 feet of water. Well, how am I going to get it?
I don't know. Just be careful.
Friend, I sleep with 3 eyes open. My 2 and an electric one. I wear rear-view mirrors on my shoulders when walking, a bulletproof vest that reaches from my neck to my ankles, and I wouldn't shake hands with my own mother. What else do you suggest?
Just be careful.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, thanks for the warning. And don't worry, I won't tip my lid that you're pulling a double cross. I hope you live longer than I expect to. Whoever you are, you're a good Joe.
There's a man I could like.
Why are they trying so hard to kill him?
Because they're like an octopus or a dictator. They don't want any competition or free enterprise. James Doty runs an honest club, and consequently it's very profitable. His weekly take is in the thousands. They want a lion's share, and he refuses to pay their tribute.
I don't blame him.
Ellen, few people realize how vicious the syndicate really is. Imagine what happens if they gain control of all the big entertainment enterprises. Each place then becomes a headquarters for illegal gambling, betting, slot machines, marijuana and narcotic traffic, and 1,000 other vices that weaken the moral structure of our nation.
Is it really that bad?
Yes, and it's getting worse. Doty is a symbol to all honest club owners. He's resisted to the syndicate, and he's still alive. Others are gaining courage from his actions. That's why he has to die. With him gone, the syndicate knows that others will be afraid to hold out.
After 7 attempts on his life, you'd think he'd weaken.
The man is stubborn. I admire him.
Then how are you going to help him?
Find out who Lorenzo is, where he is staying, and how he intends to make the kill.
Quite an order.
It is. I'm going to my office and make a few phone calls. And how about lunch?
On you?
I'll put it on the syndicate's expense account.
No.
All right. Then I'll pay for it for my lawyer's fees.
I'll be there at 12 noon on the dot.
Meanwhile, across town, Lorenzo, the killer imported by the syndicate for the murder of Doty, hangs up the receiver after receiving his instructions from the whisperer.
This is it, baby.
All right, let's put the show on the road. Let's bam, lamb, and scram.
Will you stop? Relax, honey. Take it easy and drop that phony Broadway jargon. You've never been closer to Broadway than Philly. Besides, it marks you for an out-of-towner.
Can I help my fast pattern?
Yeah. When I found you in Georgia, you sounded like Miss Molasses of 1941.
Y'all mean ostriches, peaches and cream?
No, don't make a production, honey. Play it straight. I'll fill in the jokes, because this is the big break.
That's all I've heard since I hitched my wagon to that watery pinpoint of light you laughingly call a star.
Oh, it takes time.
You've had it.
Honey, will you shut up? I've got an angle. This is the third rub-out I've done for the syndicate. 3 G's each.
Chicken feed.
Well, you're the chicken it fed.
Coney Islands. I want steak.
Coming up. One steak so thick and tender and juicy you'll have it for the rest of your life.
Well, pardon me if I don't run out and buy a gallon of steak sauce.
Can the lip flip and listen. I've worked for the syndicate, piecework, swimming shallow. Now I want to dive over my head into the thick gravy.
We call it pot liquor in the South.
Well, by any name, it means dough. When I was told to be here for this job, I came early. I've been nosing around. I got an angle.
You've had a million angles, but they always turn into curves. 3 strikes, you're out.
Not this time. Now get this. Syndicate angles have been falling through thanks to a certain fella in Central City. He stays undercover, but I find that on each job he's been somewhere around when they fell through.
Go on.
I'm sent here to bump off a nightclub owner named Dooley. So I bump him off and figure the angle to where this local yokel gets hooked for the rub.
This Doty is so cagey he won't even open a package of laundry till he soaks it in water.
I got an angle.
Angles. Let's play it straight just once and see what happens.
All right, here it is. This local yokel is well liked. He's respected.
Mm-hmm.
If he calls Doty and asks for an appointment, Doty'll fall for it.
And, of course, local just does anything you want him to.
Yeah. After he gets a glimpse of you. He makes the appointment, we go in, I shoot Doty and hang it on the yokel, and I graduate into the syndicate.
You graduate, all right. Magna cum laude. Where did you think up that hunk of nothing?
Figure this angle. I get rid of 2 partridges with 1 pebble.
Might work at that.
It will. I figured all the angles. Now, you call this number. When the yokel answers, you ask him to meet you in the lobby downstairs.
How do you know he'll come?
Oh, with a voice like yours and what I'll have you say, you can't miss.
Okay. Oh, what's this local yokel's name?
Philip Galt.
Here I am, right on the dot.
And nothing shall stand in the way of our lunch. I promise.
Oh, no, let it ring. You promise.
But, darling, it may be important.
It isn't your private line to the syndicate, is it?
No, it's the local line.
Then I'll see if it's important. Hello?
Hello, y'all.
Oh, no.
May I speak to Mr. Gold, please?
You all sure can, honey.
Who is it?
Some woman with a southern accent too lousy even for television. Here.
Hello.
Mr. Gold, my name's Georgina Murray. I want to talk to you.
I'm a good listener.
Oh, not over the phone. Could you meet me at the Central Hotel lobby in half an hour?
What's this about?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I overheard 2 men planning to kill someone by the name of...
Don't say another word. Could be dangerous. How will I know you?
I've seen your picture in the paper. I'll know you.
Perhaps we could have lunch. Oh, I guess that wouldn't work. I'll be right down.
Oh, she sounds very interesting.
Funny thing about voices, Ellen. She's probably 60-ish, with a whiskey groan in her voice and crow's feet 3 feet deep around her eyes.
Until then, I might have stayed here. But crow's feet 3 feet deep. That I gotta see. Well, now you can tell me what Miss Bloomer Girl of 1910 had to say.
She thinks she overheard a plot against Doty's life.
What do you mean, she thinks? Either she did or she didn't.
If she did, it's our only lead on Lorenzo.
Or you may enter her dovecote and have the drawbridge fall on you.
That's possible. But she sounded sincere.
So does a duck call. But just remember what happens to the ducks.
I will my feathers to you.
I'll know what to do with them.
You better wait here. If she has any information, I'll bring her to the car and we'll get her story on the wire recorder.
I know. When she starts to talk, I press the lighter. And everything she says is recorded for posterity. Phony accent and all.
Right. Now turn it off, and while you're waiting, you can listen to the police call.
Ow! Oh, there's a short in the short wave. He took my arm off.
You'll listen to the radio then.
All right, but if this darn thing... Oh!
Never mind. I'll have it fixed later. I better go on in. This won't take more than a minute or 2.
Mr. Galt?
You or Miss Murray?
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad you came. I'm frightened.
Suppose we step out to my car.
Oh, no, I won't stir a step outside. One of the men suspects I overheard.
But it's perfectly safe.
Mr. Galt, if you prefer, I'll call the police with this information. I should have anyway, but I read about you, and I thought...
Where shall we talk?
Come on. Down this corridor, there's a little alcove where no one can see us from the lobby. I'll be safe there, and we can't be overheard.
Isn't this a little melodramatic?
Not when my life's in danger. It's just around this corner.
When did you first overhear this?
Keep moving, Galt. Don't turn around.
How do I know that isn't a pencil you're holding between my shoulders?
Well, that's the jackpot question. You know the answer?
Not without prompting.
Into this sample room. Oh, nice going, baby.
All in a day's work. Now what?
Galt, you can live or die right in this room. It's up to you.
I've had better offers. What's the pitch?
Pick up that phone, call James Doty, and get an appointment with him.
Why should he see me?
Oh, because you're tops in this town. You're respected. Social register. He won't suspect you.
And?
Get the appointment and you'll live. At least for a while.
Hand me the phone.
Ah, you're a smart boy.
Shall I mention that I'm bringing 2 friends?
No, that'd make him suspicious. You worry about the appointment. Let me worry about the rest. Now, Galt, when we get there, play it natural. No funny looks or signals at the gate.
You seem to know a lot about Doty's estate.
Oh, I do. There's an electric gate. When he expects company, he tells the gateman who presses a button and the gate opens.
How about the gateman?
We'll worry about him when we get there.
You better start worrying, because there he is.
You do the talking, Galt, and make it good.
I'm betting my life on its being good.
You are. You are at that.
Hello there. I'm Philip Galt, and I have an appointment with Mr. Doty.
Just a minute. Who's that with you?
Oh, these are 2 acquaintances of mine.
Mr. Doty didn't say anything about them.
Oh, of all the rotten
We
luck.
have to be mighty
That's
careful,
Toby
you know.
Ward.
You know him?
We were triggermen for Dutch Altberger. He'll never let me in. Sit
We
tight.
open the main gate and let him in. Not that I don't trust you, Mr. Galt. It's just that...
Hello, Toby.
Jake Lorenzo. You're triggering for the syndicate.
I hate to do it, Toby, but...
No!
Business is business.
That was cold-blooded murder.
Sure. Remember it when you want to play hero. Now ease through those gates. Act like nothing happened. If Doty gets suspicious, you get it first.
Doesn't take much imagination to guess what's going to happen inside the house.
Well, you behave real good, and I'll do you a favor. You get it last. So far, so good. The light touch, friend. Now. Oh, my, what a beautiful estate. Georgina, say something, you fool.
Oh, yes, beautiful. These flower beds are gorgeous. I just love hyacinths, don't you, Mr. Gore?
Every flower is beginning to look like a lily.
It's very good. It's very good.
Yes?
Mr. Doty, I'm Philip Galt.
I recognize you, but who are these people with you?
Oh, they're...
My name is Lorenzo. This is my wife, Georgina.
You didn't mention them when you called.
I'm sorry for that oversight.
Oh, please forgive him. We prevailed upon him to ask us when we learned he was coming to see you.
I don't usually welcome strangers here.
Well, that's completely understandable, Mr. Doty, and if you prefer, my wife and I can stay outside and admire your beautiful estate if you're afraid of it.
Oh.
Steady, Duke.
Duke, he looks more like Citation.
He won't harm you unless you start exploring.
Well, that eliminates my suggestion to explore the grounds. If you prefer, we can stand here in the doorway.
How did you get past my gateman?
He thought that any guests of Mr. Galt would be welcome. I assure you he would have called you if he'd thought there was anything amiss.
Well, that sounds logical. You'll have to excuse my suspicion.
Oh, it's completely understandable, Mr. Doty.
Just a moment while I unlock the door.
You certainly don't take chances, Mr. Doty.
I can't afford to. I'm only allowed one mistake, and that'll be the one which kills me. Yeah. Come in, please.
Oh!
What's that?
I forgot to turn off the electric eye. Anyone who gets past the door sets it off. I know how to avoid it, but you didn't. This alarm has an extension down at the gatehouse. I'll have to call the gateman and tell him nothing's wrong. Otherwise, he'll come tearing up here and someone's liable to get hurt.
There's no need for that.
Funny. He doesn't answer.
Just put the phone down. He won't be answering. Now or ever.
Oh. This time the syndicate outsmarted me.
I'm afraid they did, Mr. Doty.
You're pretty clever, Galt. You fooled me completely. I always admired you, but at that time I thought you were a man, not a rat.
Oh, you have him wrong, Doty. I needed someone to get me in here. He was just the local yokel I picked for the job.
He had that gun in my back all the time I was asking you for the appointment.
I see.
Been watching for a break.
Any time, Galt.
I'd like to make up for this if I can, Doty.
Any ideas?
You go for your gun and I'll rush him.
Don't try it, Doty. Now it's your turn, Galt. Could be, but I don't. Georgina! No, Georgina!
Name it.
The flower pot. Quick! No!
Gotcha!
Let him... No! Have it!
Right!
Good girl. He'll be out for a nice long time. I'll just wipe off my gun, wrap his hand around it. Now, my dear, call to the police, and the headlines will read, Doty slain by local lawyer. Philip Galt starts one-way trip to electric chair.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Having passed on the syndicate's instruction to kill James Doty, the club owner, Philip Galt, alias the Whisperer, has become the victim in Lorenzo's scheme to work his way into the syndicate. Now Philip lies unconscious on the floor of Doty's living room, his hand around the murder weapon. Lorenzo and Georgina, having called the police, are gone.
Phil! Phil! Oh, Phil! He's alive. Where's that ambulance? Phil.
Steve, take it away.
The ampule will help. What happened?
Lorenzo shot Doty, and this girl hit me with a flower pot.
But the gun's in your hand.
It's framing me for the murder.
Oh, maybe it isn't murder, Phil. Doty's alive.
Here, give me a hand. Groggy, can you help Doty?
I'll see.
I'll give you a hand. We'll rush him to the hospital.
He mustn't be moved. I'm fixing a compress.
How bad is it?
I'm only a nurse, but I think he'll live.
I can make a stretcher, and together we
Police
can...
physician can do it better than we.
Police physician?
Of course. Lorenzo undoubtedly called the police before he left. They should arrive any time now. There, that's all I can do for him. Now, you've got to get away from here.
I can't leave Doty like this. It's my fault it happened.
We can't worry about that now. He's in no immediate danger, and you are. Lieutenant Denvers would like to find you here.
But Doty...
Phil, I'm a nurse. I would never leave a dying man, not even to help save you. He'll be all right until the police physician gets here.
But don't you
Now,
see...
stop arguing and come on.
Okay. How did you know I was here?
I took a chance. When you didn't come back to the car and I couldn't find where you'd gone, I drove out here. I'll drive. You're still shaky.
Fine with me.
I saw the body of the guard. The gate open, and I came on in. Phil, what in the world are we going to do?
I'm going to my office and call the syndicate. I'll tell him Lorenzo bungled and have him phone me. When he does, I'll try to find out where he is and then see if we can't trap a confession from him. Well, let's turn on the shortwave and see if there are any police calls. Ooh, I forgot about that short.
Phil, that isn't all we forgot. The gun. It's back there on the floor.
But we can't go back.
Your fingerprints are on it.
Look, there's a squad car now. Turn up the street. I don't want to be seen.
Phil, we have to find Lorenzo and trap him before Lieutenant Denvers can trace those fingerprints.
And before Lorenzo gets out of town.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Doty is dead?
No. Lorenzo failed. Doty is still alive. Have Lorenzo phone my private number. We'll make arrangements for another attempt.
Good work, Central City. Stay by your phone. When Lorenzo reports in, I will have him contact you.
Ellen, Lorenzo's still in town.
Phil, as far as Lorenzo knows, he's in no danger.
That's true.
Well, then, where would he stay when the syndicate orders him to call your private number?
In his hotel room. Come on.
He'll be waiting for me to answer his call as the Whisperer, but instead he'll receive a surprise visit from Philip Galt.
But, Phil, you haven't told me what you're planning.
Well, I'll walk into his room and let him get the drop on me.
Isn't that taking an unnecessary risk?
I don't think so. He won't kill me in the hotel room. He'll probably force me to drive him out of town where he can get rid of me without witnesses.
You're making it easy for him. You know that.
Once I get him in my car, I'll plug in the cigarette lighter, which turns on the wire recorder. All his conversation from that point will be evidence to use against him.
But after you do that, how will you get his gun away from him?
I'll worry about that later. Here's his room. Here goes.
Lorenzo, it's gold.
Hey, how did you...
Your frame didn't work, Lorenzo.
Maybe this one will.
A gun.
I always carry two, baby.
Probably my own gun.
That's right. I took it from you when I left you with Dodie's body.
That was stupid of you, Mr. Galt, to walk in unarmed. I'm ashamed of you.
I'm not a gangster by trade.
Well, you should be. You'd learn that if one frame slips, another one may not. Where's your car? Come on, remember the gateman.
It's out in front.
Ellen.
Your chick is smarter than you. We'll all go out quiet-like and get in the car. Then, when we're all comfy, we'll take a little trip.
This is Phil's car.
Nice. Your law work must be good.
Was good. Georgina, you two girls get in the back. We'll ride up front.
Perhaps you better drive.
Give you a chance to take me? No, thanks.
Phil.
Shut up. Now, we'll take it easy, obey all traffic laws, and head for the country. You girls comfortable back there?
Could I open a window?
What for?
It's stuffy. Besides, your mother is wearing horrible perfume. Smells like Corral number 5.
Why, you...
Or is it Atter at Horse?
You little shrub, I'll scratch your hennaed hair out.
Stop it. Can't you see she's trying to divert our attention so Galt can make a play?
Oh, just let me claw one good one down the face.
Oh, go mangle a magnolia.
Please, Jake, let me strangle her. I've hated nurses since I had to recite a poem about Florence Nightingale in the 3rd grade.
Shut up. Next one that peeps gets a mouthful of pistol barrel.
Lorenzo,
keep your hands on the wheel.
I was only going to suggest a cigarette.
Well, here, I'll stick one in your stupid face.
Thanks. Lighter on the dash.
Lighter? Where about? Oh, yeah, I see.
Well, I'll hand it to you, Lorenzo. You outsmarted me.
Opposing me is like studying clarinet with Ted Lewis. No percentage in it. You local yokels are pushovers for big-timers.
The syndicate?
Yeah.
You in solid with them?
I wasn't. Till today. Now I can write my own ticket.
Why did you pick me?
The frame fitted. I was sent here to knock off Dodie, and I did.
Lorenzo, you talk too much.
So who can prove it?
Did you have to kill the gateman, too?
Well, there was no way out. Boy, was he surprised when I let him have it.
I still say you talk too much.
All right, so I talk too much. I framed you, Galt, because you put the kibosh on several syndicate projects. They don't know about you, but when I tell them you're out of the way, I'll be aces.
There's just one thing wrong with all this, Lorenzo. Dodie isn't dead.
Who are you kidding?
You didn't kill him. He's in the hospital right now. When he regains consciousness, he'll tell who really shot him.
What are you trying to pull?
Nothing. There's a shortwave radio there, tuned to the local police frequency. I'll bet you my bottom dollar they're putting out a description of you right now.
Yeah, baloney.
Now turn it on and see. You've nothing to lose.
All right, I will.
No! Take care of Georgina.
With pleasure.
I'll kill you, bro. Drop it. I'll kill you. Drop it or I'll break your wrist.
Jake! Jake! Oh, is there anything I can do?
I'm afraid not, Ellen.
It's all right, baby. It's just another angle. Turned into a curve.
This is one day I'm happy to have behind me.
So am I. It got a bit hectic for a while.
Lieutenant Denvers was one surprised man when he listened to that wire recording of what happened in the car.
The only good thing about the entire mess was that Lorenzo said I had been getting into the syndicate's hair. If Denvers thought I had any syndicate connections, those doubts evaporated when he heard that.
I'm not so sure, Phil. He's nobody's fool. Let's just say he's reassured. Temporarily.
I shudder to think what would happen if the syndicate gets control of all the big clubs around the country. They'd have hundreds of thousands of dollars with which to try to corrupt public officials, fix elections, and gain a greater control of this country.
Well, as long as there are people who have the courage to fight them, as you and James Doty fight them, maybe there's hope that the rest of us will wake up and join in someday.
You've always got to be on guard against their angles. But right now, as Lorenzo said, I'm more interested in a curve than an angle.
Oh, a curve? Why, Phil.
That's right. The curve of a T-bone steak on a nice oval platter.
Oh.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Lorenzo bungled his assignment and was killed. Doty in hospital under heavy guard. I recommend the matter be dropped.
It will be dropped for the time being. For further instructions, call Los Angeles at midnight.
Los Angeles at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Byron Kane, and Bernard Phillips. Original music by Johnny Duffy. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
You will wreck the truck.
What about the driver?
If necessary, you will kill him.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gauld, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now we find Philip Gault in a phone booth, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, making his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Madden given instructions. Will report progress.
Oh, Sue?
Yes. I see you're not.
Mm-mm. I'm going to have a special here today. 25 cents for a super banana split. Okay, I'm Sue. And you're just in time.
No, for what?
To pay the bill. What a bargain you got, Phil. It's only 25 cents.
Did I enjoy it? Yeah, that'll take care of it. Let's go.
What are you so grumpy about?
I'm not grumpy.
Sneezy then?
What?
Are you sleepy or dark? Which one of the 7 dwarfs?
Oh, I'm worried.
I'm sorry. Making jokes. What is it, Phil?
Trouble. Let's get in the car. I'll drive you back to Dr. Lee's office so you can earn your salary.
Now tell me, what horrible instructions did you give your syndicate henchmen?
To wreck a truck?
And now you've got to stop it.
Yes.
Playing footsie again. Pass along the murder orders and try to stop them from being carried out.
Yes, try.
How long, Phil?
Till they're smashed.
Not by you?
By me, by the law, by the government, by every means possible. Ellen, the syndicate is moving into every line of business. They put their grubby fingers into every kind of work. Take pennies out of piggy banks and $1,000 bills out of safety deposit boxes.
But, Phil...
Without knowing it, you keep them alive. Maybe when you buy a paper. Maybe when you eat a banana split. Wherever you go, whatever you do, they've got themselves into legitimate businesses. Fronts, expanding their interests all the time.
All right, Phil.
Trying to do something about it.
All right.
I'm sorry I blew off steam.
I asked for it.
They're in the insurance business now.
For real?
For real. Honest to goodness insurance. And they're using their usual strong-arm methods to get business.
Wrecking a truck?
Yes, because the trucking company won't buy insurance from them.
I see. Here we are, Phil. Want to come up?
I can't.
Guess I have to buy my own dinner tonight, eh?
I'll call you later.
Oh, I almost forgot. In the drugstore, you wanted those special flashlight batteries.
Oh, yeah, thanks. The flashlight's in the glove compartment.
A funny kind of flashlight. Shall I open it?
I can do it.
There's nothing to it.
Ellen.
Uh-huh.
You'll be late.
Plenty of time.
I know why you're sitting here.
Why?
Because you're worried. Thanks, sweetheart.
Smart fella.
Sure, it's dangerous, but I can take care of myself.
I know, but... Oh, darn. The flashlight doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
Well, it doesn't. Never saw a contraption like this. Must have put it in wrong or something. Pressing a button, but it doesn't light.
In the glove compartment.
What?
Those glasses.
Oh, the red one?
That's right. Put them on.
Well?
Now flash the light.
Oh, now it works.
Mm-hmm. It's an infrared light. You can only see it with those special glasses. It'll light up in the dark. Only you can't see the light or what it lights up unless you have those glasses on.
Phil, another gadget.
Clever, isn't it?
Yes, but I wish that...
What?
Nothing. I wish I were a gadget. Maybe you'd pay more loving attention to me.
I'll call you later. We can look into it.
After dropping Ellen at her office, Phil drove to the north side of Central City, down Maryville Street, until he saw the unpainted wooden building with the sign over the entrance, Ace Trucking Company. J. Stevens, president and general manager, and M. Coffey, vice president and treasurer. He parked behind an ancient truck and went up the wooden stairs. The door was open, and he went in. He stood there for a moment in the front office, and then the door to the inner room opened.
Yeah?
My name is Golf.
What can I do for you? Got some eggs to haul, some cantaloupes, machinery?
No.
Yeah, just as well. Couldn't handle it anyway. Well, what can I do for you?
It's a pretty big business you run here.
Yeah, we get by.
How many trucks do you have?
2. Why?
How many employees?
None. The bosses are the employees. I'm Stevens. My partner is Coffey. We run the business and the trucks.
Uh-huh.
What's on your mind?
Mr. Stevens, I'm going to be frank with you.
Why?
Because I may save your life.
My life? What is this?
I'm an attorney. I want you for a client.
Sorry, I don't need you.
Now, hold on. This isn't going to cost you anything.
Probably worth that much, too. I still don't need you.
Going on a haul tonight, aren't you?
So?
A long haul. To California.
Go on. What else?
By Route 42.
I'm all ears, Counselor.
If I were your counselor, I'd advise you not to take Route 42.
Yeah, but you're not, and I'm going to take it.
If I were your counselor, you'd have come to me when somebody tried to force you to buy their insurance. Wouldn't you?
Seems as though you know an awful lot about my business. What'd you say your name was?
Galt.
Hey, Galt. Well, Galt, I still say you're not my counselor, and since I'm not paying you for advice, I don't see why I should take any from you.
I told you why, because it'll probably save your life. The people who were trying to sell you insurance are a group called the Syndicate.
What? Well, now I've heard everything. This was an insurance company, Galt. A real insurance company, not a bunch of gangsters.
Will you do me one favor?
Probably not.
Don't take Route 42. It's a setup. They know you're going to California with a load. They know you're leaving tonight. They're going to wreck your truck.
Nobody's going to pressure me, Galt.
They're going to try it.
I'm talking about you.
Me?
Yeah, you. How do you know so much about this operation? Where do you get your information? You must be part of this syndicate you're talking about.
It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. On your way, Galt. Vamoose. I'm the tougher guys, and you're around a campfire toasting marshmallows.
Now, look.
I'm busy. I got to pick up my load. You go on back and tell your outfit I ain't interested in insurance or protection either, which is what you're trying to sell me. You're a lousy salesman, Galt. I don't buy a word of what you said.
Dr. Lee's office.
Ellen.
Oh, hello, Phil. What's the good word? Calling me for a date?
No, sorry, Ellen.
You're having trouble?
Plenty. The Ace Trucking Company isn't in the market for advice. Won't listen to me.
What are you going to do, Phil?
Try to stop it, sweetheart.
How?
I'm going along for the ride.
But if they won't listen, they won't let you near the truck.
The driver won't know it, but when he pulls out tonight, I'll be in the back of his truck with his load of heavy machinery.
Well, you can't do any good back there, and if the syndicate wrecks the truck as they threaten...
I'll be in the cab of the truck trying to talk the driver into stopping before that happens. I'll be careful, darling. Call you later.
Truck reached the open road outside Central City, highballing for California. Phil worked his way forward between the huge crates of machinery in the rear of the truck and knocked on the window and the door separating him from the cab.
Hey, what's the... Oh, the syndicate counselor. Come on, get out of there.
I can't. I'm stuck against these crates.
Yeah, open that plastic door. All right, come on, climb over the seat.
All right.
Thanks. Yeah, mighty crowded back there between those crates.
All right, Counselor, better have a good explanation.
I'll do the talking. Just keep your eye on the road and cut your speed.
I got a long way to go, and I ain't cutting nothing. I don't believe you, Galt. I don't trust you. Anything that happens to me is going to happen to you in spades.
I came of my own free will, Stevens. You didn't force me. Keep your eye on the road, I tell you. I don't know how they're figuring to wreck this truck, but it'll be soon.
Yeah, well, I ain't cutting my speed. You got an idea you can lead me into trouble, you ain't going to do it. You can do all the talking you like. It ain't going to make no difference to me.
All right, just keep watching the road.
And better not try any tricks.
Now, look, it'll probably be something on the highway. Maybe a barricade of some kind. Or maybe somebody thumbing a ride. Don't stop for anybody.
I don't stop anyhow.
Or another truck coming alongside, forcing you off the road.
You got them all figured out, huh?
Keep your eyes on the road, man.
One of them. The other I got to keep on you.
Are you married?
Yeah.
How does your wife put up with you? I never saw anybody so stubborn and obstinate in my life.
You're pretty much of a bulldog with an idea yourself.
There it is, the barricade.
Now, you're going too fast. Hang on. You can't stop now. Go through. Go through.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. As the Whisperer, Phil Galt had passed on the syndicate's instructions to a man he knew only as Madden. Instructions to wreck one of the Ace Trucking Company's trucks. And then as Philip Galt, attorney, he tried to warn one of the owners of the company. Failing to convince the trucker that he was headed for danger on Highway 42, Phil secreted himself inside the truck and just barely made his way up to the cab in time to put Stevens on the alert. But it didn't stop the barreling truck. It took a barricade on the road to do that.
Hold that wheel steady. We're going into the ditch. Hang on.
You okay?
Yeah, okay. You?
Yeah. Stevens.
What?
You insured?
Yeah, but not with Cato underwriters. Come on, let's see how much damage.
Shot!
Shooting at us.
Unless you see some other squirrels around.
Hey, they touch the keys.
I tried to tell you. Better get out of here. We're sitting ducks. Come on, make for those trees.
I'm telling you. Maybe I made a mistake about you, Counselor.
Maybe you did. It might be a costly mistake. Down.
Well, the shooting stopped anyway. Hey, the truck. On fire. Get him, the dirty robbing thieves.
Take it easy, Stevens.
Work yourself to death. Scrape a few pennies together to buy a couple of trucks. Go into business and then somebody muscles in.
You said you were insured?
Yeah. For the load, but not for the truck. Was too old. Figured I'd get away with liability. Cost more than I paid for the truck the way they got insurance costing these days.
I see.
Yeah, that sounded like they took off.
They did their job.
Now what? Now what, Counselor?
Want my professional advice?
Yeah.
Get a new truck, a brand new truck. One of my clients has been after me for a safe investment. You interested?
How safe?
He's more interested in the people in the business than in their assets.
Yeah, but how safe? I'm still not in the market for the kind of insurance they sell.
And I'm not selling it. But right now, we better see about stopping that fire.
Phil. Oh, you look...
As if I'd been through fire and brimstone. Through fire, anyway.
Are you all right?
Kind of tired, but all here. Have you dinner?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't. I'm starved.
How about a sandwich?
Wonderful.
What happened, Phil?
They got the truck burned to a cinder.
And the driver?
He's all right.
You're sure you're all right?
Just hungry.
Come on in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. All right if I use your phone?
Of course. I have sandwiches in the refrigerator.
Oh, operator, I want long distance. New York, circle 1798. Ring me when the call is ready, will you? Thanks.
Here, Phil. Some coffee?
Milk, if you have some.
Sure. How did it happen, Phil?
A roadblock. Then they shot at us. Then they burned the truck.
Did they get a look at you?
Madden might have seen me, I don't know.
You don't know. Phil, if he did and he ever sees you again...
It wouldn't take the syndicate long to figure out that Phil Galt is also the Whisperer.
Phil, how long do you think you can go on keeping their double life a secret from everyone but me and Dr. Lee?
Those are the chances I have to take, sweetheart.
Is Madden from out of town?
I wish I knew. All I know about this setup is the insurance company the syndicate runs is called Cato Underwriters. There's my call.
Hello?
Central City?
Right. Mission accomplished. Ace Trucking Company. Now minus one truck.
Good. They will be approached by Cato Underwriters for insurance again.
Instructions.
Madden already has his instructions. If they refuse to buy again, he will shoot to kill.
Phil?
If Stevens refuses to buy the insurance, he'll be murdered.
Will he buy?
No.
You've got to make him, Phil.
I can't interfere that way, and I don't think it would make any difference if I tried. He's as stubborn as...
Have you?
Almost.
Oh, this is serious, Phil. You can't let Stevens be murdered in cold blood.
No, Ellen, I can't. And right now, I don't know how to stop it.
Without telling Phil Galt her plans, Ellen determined to find out if she could whether Madden had seen Phil, whether Madden would be able to identify Phil. For if the syndicate once learned that Phil Galt was also the Whisperer, they would arrange to have him killed in a matter of hours. And so, on her lunch hour, Ellen walked to the Ellsworth building and took the elevator up to the 8th floor.
Yes, miss? May I help you?
I wanted to get some insurance on my car.
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Cato Underwriters was recommended to me.
Oh?
I was told to ask for a man by the name of Madden.
Madden?
That's right.
Now, who could that be? Madden. I'm afraid I don't know any Madden. Are you sure?
Positive.
Anything wrong, Collins?
Oh, Mr. Palermo, this young woman is asking for a man by the name of Madden.
I see. Will you come with me, please?
It's a simple matter. I just want to insure my car.
I'll write it up for you in my office, huh? You know, it's odd, but Cato Underwriters have branches in all the large cities, and I myself just arrived here the other day. And I know a man with our company by the name of Madden in Richmond, Virginia. Oh, please sit down, Miss...
Norris.
Miss Norris. It's strange you should ask for him.
Oh, I don't know if it's the same Mr. Madden, but Mr.
Palermo.
Mr. Palermo, I was recommended to Mr. Madden.
Oh, who recommended him, Miss Norris?
A friend.
A friend, yes. What's his name?
Her name.
All right, what's her name?
Susie.
Susie who?
Mr. Palermo, I don't see where it makes much difference who Susie is or why she was recommended to me. Does it?
No. It just struck me as being peculiar.
Do I get some insurance for my car?
Yes, of course, of course. You see, Madden came into town with me, Miss Norris, and he hasn't been selling any insurance. Not to anybody by the name of Susie, anyway.
Mr. Palermo, I'm a working girl. I only get an hour for lunch.
Who do you work for?
I really don't see that it makes much difference.
Maybe I can give you a lift back to work.
No, thank you. Now, if you can tell me where I can see Mr. Madden, or when he'll be here.
Insurance, eh?
Insurance.
All right, Miss Norris, if you'll tell me where Madden can reach you.
I'm a nurse. It's Dr. Benjamin Lee. Mr. Madden can call there.
Yes, I'll tell him. And maybe you and I can take up some of these other details at another time. It was 2 o'clock when Phil Galt reached the Ace Trucking Company's offices. The front door was open and he walked in, but nobody was there. He sat down in a hard-back chair, tilted it so that his feet could find support on the rickety desk, and waited. And it was 4:30 when footsteps came up the wooden stairs and Stevens came in. Oh, hello, Counselor. Hey, Counselor, wake up. You're a fine picture of a young, wide-awake attorney, sleeping like a baby. Don't you have any problems?
No, a few.
They don't bother you.
Appearances are deceptive. I keep them locked up in here.
That's just indigestion. What's the good word?
Just what I was going to ask you.
No good word. I've been to every bank in the city. I can't raise a thin dime. My credit is stretched so far, it's worse than a size 32 girdle on a circus fat lady.
You didn't go to the right bank.
Oh?
Here.
What's this for?
Made out to the Ace Trucking Company, isn't it?
That's not what's bothering me. It's the amount.
Mm-hmm. I had to scrape the barrel a little.
A little? $16,423.
That includes tax, licenses, and insurance. And not with Cato Underwriters.
What's the gag?
No gag. I told you. A friend of mine is always looking for good investments, and he listens to me.
You said you had to scrape the barrel.
My best friend. Myself.
Well, you could buy this whole company for $500.
What good would that do me? I'm no trucker.
Of course, we built up some goodwill. How much interest in the company you want for this?
10%.
I don't get it.
You don't have to understand, Stevens. I live my life on hunches. I think you'll do okay. I want to invest in you. When the business can afford it, you can pay me back for the truck.
Counselor, you got yourself a couple of partners. Wait till Monty finds out. 16... Hey, that's the big one. You must have priced it.
I did. Now listen.
I'll listen all night. Those words you keep saying are like music.
You're going to get a visitor.
Who?
Someone to sell you insurance. Cato Underwriters.
I'm not having any. Ain't you, Stevens? What? Ain't you having any? Is that the same gun I heard last night? The very same. All right, wise guy. How do you know so much?
I've heard about Cato Underwriters, and I heard nothing good.
I don't like your attitude. And I don't know where you fit in. But I'm going to find out.
It's easy. I'll tell you. I know how you operate. Madden.
How do you know who I am?
Stevens.
Sir, Counselor. Now, you want to look at me. Get his gun. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, drop the gun.
Bastard. I'll be picking lead out of your ears. Counselor, you okay?
Yeah. Actually, he shot himself. Barrel turned in when he pulled the trigger.
You didn't touch the gun. I hit his wrist.
Sure.
Is he dead?
Yeah. Better sit down, Stevens. You're not toasting marshmallows now.
You really think he meant to shoot?
Yes, I do.
I ain't going to ask you a lot of questions, Counselor. I just want to thank you. Not only for the truck.
That's right, the truck. Look, we better get the police over here. They're going to want to know all about this. Call Lieutenant Denvers at homicide. But you can do me a favor.
Anything.
Leave me out of it, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Okay, will do.
After you get through, want to take a look at your new truck?
Is it ready for delivery?
As soon as you pick out what color you want. Meet me at the corner of Broad and 7th. Say, 8 o'clock?
I'll be waiting there for you.
Doctor, you speaking?
Doc, this is Phil.
Yes, Phil.
Is Ellen there?
No, she left an hour ago. Said she had an appointment.
An appointment? Did she happen to mention what it was about?
No, she didn't. Anything wrong? Something I can do?
No, thanks, Doc. Nothing wrong, I hope.
What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Thanks. I'll call her at home.
No answer at Ellen's apartment. Phil was a little concerned, but then he thought perhaps Ellen had gone shopping or she was on her way home.
He felt a little restless, a little uneasy. He drove to his office, but there was no message from her there. He called her apartment again. Seven o'clock. She should be home. She wouldn't have gone away without leaving word for him. She couldn't be shopping this late. Phil drove to keep his appointment with Stevens at the corner of Broad and 7.
Hey, it's the big job, Consular. You sure you don't want to change your mind? I still got the check.
No, you go on in, Stevens.
Something wrong?
No. Everything go all right with Lieutenant Denvers?
Oh, yeah. Hey, funny thing, this Madden guy's from out of town. And, you know, he don't work for Cato Underwriters. He don't work for them at all.
I didn't think they'd admit he did. Cato... Look, Stevens, carry on, huh? I've got to check up on something.
Cato Underwriters?
I'm looking for someone. Thought you might be able to help me.
Certainly, sir.
I'm looking for a woman by the name of Ellen Norris. Do you know whether she's in today?
Well, quite a few women came in during the day, sir. I'm not quite sure I can answer that for you.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, about 5'2".
Sorry.
She might have been looking for a man by the name of Madden.
Oh, why, yes, I believe such a woman was here. But we don't have any Madden working for us. I turned her over to Mr. Palermo.
Palermo, huh? I see. Thanks.
Hello?
Ellen?
Yes?
You all right?
Yes?
Can't talk?
No.
I'm coming up.
No.
It's all right, sweetheart. Palermo there?
Yes. Goodbye.
Just hold everything, sweetheart. I'll be there.
What makes you think Phil Gulf will come here?
That was him on the phone a little while ago, wasn't it?
No. It was a friend of mine, a girl.
You're a pretty good actress, sweetheart, but not good enough. No two women in the world ever held a conversation as short as that. Yes, no, goodbye.
But I tell you
that was him, all right. And when he gets here, I'll give him a real warm reception.
But I told you, Phil's out of town. He won't...
Certainly. I'm beginning to get the idea all around. And knowing so much about what goes on. My partner, Madden, getting his on the Ace trucking deal.
The lights. What happened?
Fuse must have blown or something. Now just stay where you are, sweetheart. Got a match?
No.
Drop the gun, Palermo.
Hey, you see, sweetheart, I told you we'd show. What do you figure to do in the dark, Mr. Galt?
It may be dark for you, Palermo, but not for me.
Who are you kidding? You a cat or something?
I've got you in the beam of an infrared flashlight. I can see you as plain as day. Drop the gun.
Well, if you can see so good, I guess you can see this.
Take your hands off her, Palermo.
You what? Go ahead, shoot. Maybe you'll shoot straight enough to hit her.
I might have figured you use her as a shield.
Meantime, a couple of pot shots in the direction of the kitchen door might just hit you.
No, look out, darling.
I guess you don't have cat's eyes, Palermo. You missed a mile.
Yes? Well, suppose I shoot what I can't miss. Suppose I shoot your girl here.
Phil.
I'm all right, darling. I had to shoot him before he pulled the trigger on you.
All lights are on. Phil, he was waiting for you. He wanted to kill you. He came from Richmond with Madden. I went up there.
Easy, sweetheart, easy. I know.
Then he called me at the office. He was waiting for me outside with a gun. He made me come here to wait for you.
Easy, darling.
Oh, Phil.
It's been a hectic day.
Uh-huh.
I noticed it didn't spoil your appetite.
Oh, but it did. I only had one helping of Cherry Jubilee.
Hey, that's right. Maybe because you had a double sirloin steak.
You think that could be wrong?
It's my considered opinion. Ellen.
Yes, dear.
Those lights in your apartment. All you have to do is take out a penny from the socket of your light over the stove, then replace the fuse. I left the kitchen window open in the back where I crawled in.
I'll take care of the fuse in the morning.
But you'll want to use the lights tonight, won't you?
Will I, darling?
Huh?
Oh, aren't you going to come up for a while? Just to say goodnight?
Oh.
Well, that's what I love about you, dear. You're so romantic.
Relaxation. For further instructions, call Seattle at midnight.
Seattle at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer, Betty Moran as Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kralbein, Herb Ellis, Jim Nusser, and James Bush. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn, original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Today, join in the fun with screen actor Walter Brennan as Grandpa Vanderhoff, the leader of the lovable, laughable Vanderhoff family, on You Can't Take It With You. Then hear Mr. Moto, ace Japanese-American security agent, working to stop those who had plunged the world into another war. Later, there's fun and prizes with genial Phil Baker as he asks that all-important $64 question. As he asks that all-important $64 question. As he asks that all-important $64 question. As he asks that all-important $64.
Roger speaking.
Rogers, listen carefully.
Go ahead.
The syndicate has waited long enough. Stanley Hayes must die.
Stanley Hayes?
Yes. You will find him before tomorrow night.
But
When you find him, you will kill him.
That isn't much time.
If Stanley Hayes is not dead by midnight tomorrow, you will be.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then, a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the real identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now in Philip Gault's oak-paneled office, she listens as, in his Whisperer's voice, he reports to the syndicate.
Circle 1798.
Instructions passed on to Rogers.
Stay on top of this, Central City. This is Rogers' first job for the syndicate and may require supervision.
Where can I contact Rogers?
Find Stanley Hayes and keep him under observation. If Hayes is alive at noon tomorrow, report back and we will give you full particulars on Rogers.
Oh, Phil, that horrible voice.
It was the only voice I had until Dr. Lee operated on my vocal cords.
I know it, but I hate the sound of it. I hate the terrible things you set in motion each time you use it.
We've been over all that, Ellen. I'm only the voice of the syndicate. I pass along their instructions to their killers, and if I didn't, someone else would. And we wouldn't know what they were planning.
And you couldn't risk your life to stop them. I know all this, Phil. I know you're actually fighting them from the inside, but I still don't like it. Well, who is this Stanley Hayes, and why does he have to die?
I don't know. I've never heard of Stanley Hayes.
Well, then who's Rogers?
They never tell me that. The less any member of the syndicate knows about the other, the less chance the law enforcement agencies have of getting the evidence necessary to smash the syndicate.
An imported killer slips into tow. You tell him who to kill and then risk your life to stop the murder.
This is the first time I've ever told a trigger man that he'd be taken care of if he failed in his mission. I wonder what it's all about.
Well, let's start with the victim, Stanley Hayes. He can't be very well known in Central City, but he's probably in the city directory or the phone book. You take the phone book.
Right.
I'll look in the directory. How do you spell it?
I don't know whether it's with an E or not.
I'm looking under Hays.
You started from the back of the book.
I always do.
Oh, I'm more methodical. I'm in the Hayes with an E,
It isn't under Hayes without an E.
nor under Hayes with an E.
Let's try the reverse order now.
Okay. Have you seen the name in the papers lately?
Not that I can remember.
Well, in the phone book, it isn't under Hayes without an E.
I'm getting thick-tongued on this with an E, without an E business. But it isn't in the directory.
Well, let's go down and check with Lieutenant Denvers. Maybe he can help.
He'll be suspicious of any questions you ask. I think he sometimes thinks that you're connected with the syndicate.
Well, I've got to keep him away from that suspicion, Ellen. Because the day he can prove anything on me, I'll lose my freedom. And I'm just old-fashioned enough to cherish that heritage of my American forefathers. Good morning, Sergeant Potts.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mr. Galt, Miss Norris.
What happened to the good Lieutenant Denvers?
Somebody did something and he's chasing him. Be back Wednesday. What can I do for you?
I have a legal matter to take up with a man named Stanley Hayes.
Hayes? Hayes? How do you spell it?
Without an E.
Well, make up your mind.
The spelling isn't important.
All right, try the city directory.
I did. From Aardvark to Zoix.
Got a phone book?
From Aronson to...
Wait a minute. What happened to Aardvark?
Dropped for non-payment of his telephone bill.
I'll play Santa Claus for you. I like to find a lawyer that doesn't know more than us poor dumb cops.
Water levels are falling. Use less water. Hello?
What?
City Water Department. That's our new slogan. Water levels are
Never
falling.
mind. Sergeant Potts, Police Department, homicide.
Police Department is Nyan.
I know that. I'm in the police department. I want some information.
Information is 3 fire.
Listen,
fire.
Einstein, I want to know if you have a subscriber by the name of Stanley Hayes.
How do you spell it?
How do I know? Wait a minute. How do you spell it?
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
I'll try it both ways. I have a Stanley R. Hayes, H as in honey, A as in aardvark, Y as in Y, and S as in...
S. What's the address?
126 3rd Avenue South.
Gotcha.
There is also a meter for Stanley T. Hayes, H as in haberdashery, A as in anaphagistine, Y as in ebratherial, E as in endomorphizical, and S as in Sam.
What's his address?
Sam?
No, Hayes.
247 Bell Fountain Road.
Thanks. Wait. I never heard of endomorphizical.
You haven't?
No.
Well, neither have I, but there should be such a word. Remember, our water supply is getting shorter. Don't use more water than you order.
Oh. Here, take these addresses and get out of here. I'm a candidate for the booby hatch. Don't use more water than you order.
Mr. Hayes at 126 3rd Avenue South lives in a pretty ratty part of town.
You don't live down here. You crawl out of the woodwork.
If I were painting a mural of this section, I'd have a slit go rampant upon a field of bloody blackjacks.
Looks like a reject from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you.
I ain't say nothing till I see my lawyer.
Mr. Galt is a lawyer.
Oh? What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Any relation to Gatlin Gun Galt, the pride of Portland?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's too bad. Great little scrapper, great. Never won a fight.
Mr. Hayes, we've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't happen to be a fight manager?
I'm afraid not.
We better be going.
We could make a fortune. You line him up and I'll knock him down. There's millions in it. What do you say?
I'm not a manager, but take this 20 and plunk it down at the diner. We'll need food to keep in condition.
Yeah, I will at that. Thanks, mister. What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Thanks again. Sure wish you was manager.
How horrible.
The fight game has big rewards for a few.
Poor hopeless old darling. Lost in a world of shadows.
Yes. I don't believe the syndicate is interested in that, Mr. Hayes. Now, let's try the one who lives on Bell Fountain Road. If this isn't our Mr. Hayes, we are fresh out of leads.
Well, there's one consolation. If we can't find him, neither can Rogers.
I hope so.
Yes?
My name is Galt. I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to find a Mr. Stanley Hayes.
Well, Uncle's name is Stanley Hayes.
May I speak with him?
Well, Uncle isn't here. He left on his vacation.
Oh. Well, I wonder if perhaps you might be able to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
This is Miss Norris. Mr.
My name is Stanley, named after Uncle.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you. When did your uncle leave?
Oh, yesterday.
Can I contact him?
I'm afraid not. Uncle never makes plans. Uncle drives until he decides to stop.
That's the kind of vacation I've always wanted.
Isn't that an indefinite way to go?
Uncle is indefinite about everything. I've lived here 6 months, and I know nothing about him. How he was able to retire, whether he's on a small pension, has investments, or annuities.
Then why would someone want to kill him?
Kill him? Oh, Uncle hasn't an enemy in the world.
This is very confusing.
Well, if you leave your card, I'll have Uncle contact you.
Thank you. Here's the card.
Oh, Phil, look at those beautiful fish.
I beg your pardon. Oh, those mounted on the wall.
I see several beauties. That one must weigh 8 pounds.
8 pounds, 11 ounces. It's Uncle's pride and joy. Every summer he goes to the coast and fishes as far down as time allows.
I envy him.
So do I. Thank you for your hospitality.
Well, I wish it could be more.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, we know that Uncle likes to fish. Uncle likes to disappear each summer, and Uncle is therefore safe from the syndicate.
And nephew is either no fisherman or a liar, or both.
I don't follow you.
If Uncle has gone to fish, then he's not on the coast. For those fish mounted on the wall were freshwater trout.
Lake Okeechobee.
Right. It's the only lake within 100 miles where you catch fish like those.
I could do with an outing.
I'm going to call Lake Okeechobee and see if Mr. Stanley Hayes is up there. Then I'll call the syndicate and see if we have the right Stanley Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Unable to locate Stanley Hayes. Where does he live?
His address was purposely omitted from your instructions.
Without this information, I cannot check on Rogers.
Hayes resides at 247 Bell Fountain Road.
Is he the right Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Is he at Okeechobee?
The operator there didn't know. Hayes lives on an island in the middle of the lake.
I get my outing?
Yes. If we hurry, we can make it by sundown.
The lake is larger than I imagined.
20 miles across. Hayes' cabin on the island out there is 10 miles from shore.
What are you doing?
I'm putting more gas in the outboard.
You know how to run this contraption.
By the time I reach the island, I'll be an expert. Now, you ready?
If I lived on that island, I'd hire the Queen Mary to go back and forth. It's going to be dark before we get there.
I know it, but I'll navigate by celestial bodies.
Just keep ours dry.
Now, I put the knot here, wind the rope around this gadget, so, and pull.
Do something!
Don't worry about a thing.
Phil, honestly, have you ever driven one of these before?
Honestly?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Then do something.
I don't know what to do.
Put on the brakes.
There should be a switch.
In a minute, you won't have to worry about it.
Where did I put those instructions?
Never mind.
Careful, hang on. Hang on.
Hello there. Anyone interested?
Ellen, you all right?
Where are you?
Shine your flashlight to your left.
Coming.
Well, what happened?
Gar Wood here forgot to read the 14th lesson.
Well, you certainly made a mess of that outboard. Hey, don't seem to have hurt the boat, though. Here, little lady, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
There we are. Now, what was your hurry?
We're looking for a man named Stanley Hayes.
You could have come a lot slower, and I'd still be here.
You're Stanley Hayes?
That I am.
Good.
Well, now, let's go up to my cabin, and you can tell me what this is all about. Here we are.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you. I've just made some lemonade. Would you care for a glass?
Bet it's just like Mother used to make.
Yes, exactly. Except that I add one ingredient that she frowned upon. There you are, Miss Norris. And Mr. Galt.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what brings you to my island?
Well, as a lawyer, I recently obtained information which leads me to believe your life is in danger.
What? Well, who would want to kill me?
I hoped you could answer that.
Well, I haven't the faintest notion.
We talked with your nephew.
Oh, Stanley Rogers? He's a fine boy. A little wild, but still a fine boy.
Didn't he know you were up here?
Oh, yes, of course, but it was supposed to be a secret. You see, I can't stand people who don't know the difference between a royal coachman and a gray hackle.
Then that's why he gave us that song and dance about not knowing where you were.
Oh, certainly, on my orders.
Mr. Hayes, if something happened to you, who would benefit?
Everything I have goes to Stanley.
May I ask, is it a large estate?
51% of the National Traction and Streetcar Company. You see, I am a retiring person. I seek anonymity.
You've certainly succeeded. That makes you one of the wealthiest men in the state.
Tell me, do you suspect my nephew of planning to kill me?
No.
Well, who then?
Has a network of organized crime tried to gain control of your company?
Well, not to my knowledge. If they were, I'd know it. Does this help you?
Frankly, no.
Well, now it's my turn.
Of course.
What did you intend to do when you got here?
I hope to stay near you and help prevent your murder.
Oh. Well, I appreciate your interest. But, under the circumstances, I think, you'd better return to the mainland. Now, I'm not going to shoot. I'm just not taking any chances.
You don't think I'd warn you if I were here to kill you?
This whole thing sounds suspicious to me. Now, put your hands up, Mr. Goldwallet. You do carry a gun.
I have a permit.
It would still kill a man. Now, tomorrow, when they bring my cabin cruiser back from the mainland, I'll leave the gun at the store. I'll take this flashlight and walk ahead of me to your boat.
Mr. Hayes, promise me you'll be doubly careful of everyone until after tomorrow midnight.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gold.
Oops, here's the boat.
I still don't see how we can row 10 miles at night.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
Phil, flash your light over here.
Oh, no.
Yes. Someone stove a hole in it as big as a wash tub.
Mr. Galt, turn out the flashlight.
Why?
Mr. Hayes has just realized that his murderer is somewhere on this island.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, a voice to be obeyed without question, has given orders to Rogers, one of the syndicate's killers, to eliminate Stanley Hayes. Now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, attorney at law, he and Ellen Norris are attempting to save the life of Stanley Hayes, the man marked for death. Having located Hayes on his private island, they return to their boat only to find it wrecked and the killer lurking somewhere in the darkness.
My apologies, Mr. Galt.
Accepted, Mr. Hayes.
I hope you are not outmaneuvered. Because if I'm killed, that will leave you two marooned as the logical suspects. That would be rather difficult to explain.
Well, let's work our way back toward the cabin.
Yes. In the morning, you can use my canoe to get to the mainland.
Bill.
Where?
To your right.
No, it's only a stump. Mr. Galt, here's your gun.
Thanks. I hope we will.
Bill.
Did you see him?
No, but at least he's leaving the vicinity. We'll barricade the cabin and take turns at guard.
Yes. Is this man a professional killer?
I would guess that he is.
Then sometime tonight he'll make another attempt to earn his pay. Galt. Galt.
Yes?
It's 2:00.
I'll take over.
I'm not sleepy. Let me.
We'll manage. Want my coat, Ellen?
Not yet. But it is getting colder.
Hayes.
Look.
What? It's 3 o'clock.
I guess I must have dozed off. Have you heard anything?
Not a thing.
Bill, does that offer of your coat still stand?
Certainly does.
Yes, it gets mighty chilly up here, even in the summer.
Galt? Yes?
Do you hear that?
Motorboat.
Yes. He's given up for now.
Dawn's beginning to break.
Wants to get away before daylight.
He's afraid we'll recognize him.
Last night you said something about a canoe.
Yes, I keep it for emergencies.
Will it take the 3 of us to the mainland?
No, only 2. However, you and Miss Norris may use it.
And leave you here alone?
Miss Norris, I own this island. I can travel its length and breadth, and no one will see me unless I want them to.
And we'll leave right after breakfast and be back by late afternoon.
All right, Miss Norris, you can step into the canoe now. Now, careful.
Somebody steady this tipping monster.
Sit down gently, Ellen. Never stand up in a canoe.
As I rolled up this fish net, it'll serve as a cushion for you.
Thanks.
There you are, comfy.
Ask me 10 miles later.
In 10 miles, I'll be too weak to ask you.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Happy landings.
Well, that's an understatement.
We'll see you this afternoon.
Correction. I'll be hidden so you won't see me.
Phil, tell me something.
No. 10 miles to paddle, so I'm going to save my breath.
Good. You save yours, and I'll hold mine. Phil, it only took 2 hours. I'm proud.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
At last. Well, I've had softer cushions than this fishnet. Give me a hand. My legs are full of needles.
Sure. Here. While I'm phoning the syndicate, you see if you can hire a motorboat or an outboard for the return trip. That'll restore your circulation.
What do you tell the syndicate?
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
And then they'll tell you who Rogers is and where to locate him.
Yes. When we know that, we'll figure out some way to keep him away from Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
I see.
Who is Rogers?
Rogers is Stanley Hayes' nephew. He gave worthless checks to cover $60,000 worth of gambling debts. Upon the death of his uncle, these checks will be redeemed with interest.
Phil!
Did you rent a motorboat?
I tried everywhere.
And if we can't rent one, neither can nephew.
What has nephew to do with it?
Nephew is Rogers.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you all about it later. Now, come on. We better get a head start. Then he'll lead it all. I can paddle as fast as he can. We can't let him get to that island. If he does, his uncle will come out of hiding, and there'll be a murder.
Here's the dock.
Yes, right. Now, you get in, Ellen. There's no time to lose.
There's a motorboat putting out from the mainland.
Probably a private party.
You don't suppose it's Rogers?
Let's not think about it.
Well, he'd have no reason to suspect we know he's Rogers.
Why not? We tell him Central City. We think his uncle is to be murdered. Last night when we shot from ambush, he must have heard and recognized our voices. He's his uncle's heir. Everything points to
The skipper's
him.
waving at us.
I can't recognize him.
I'll wave back. Maybe he'll stop. Could we put the canoe on deck?
Easily. That cruiser must be all of 50 feet.
Over here! Help!
Yes, but now I see him. We'll try to bluff our way out.
And if we don't?
Hello there.
Make it good.
Going my way?
I never pick up hitchhikers unless they're standing.
I'm afraid you just lost a customer.
I'll bring us alongside. You give Ellen a lift.
Glad to have you. Did you get to see Uncle? Just a little closer.
We spent the night on the island.
No, give me your hand. That's it.
Oh, got my feet wet.
There.
Golf?
I can manage.
Where'd you get this beautiful boat?
Oh, it belongs to Uncle. It was on the mainland for repairs.
Now, give me a hand and we'll hoist the canoe aboard.
Oh, just forget the canoe.
Forget it. I'll dream of it for months.
Well, hardly.
And why not? They're my dreams, and I can do what I want with them.
Oh, now, let's stop this sparring. I don't know how you two learned about all this, and until now it didn't matter. If I hadn't missed last night, Uncle would be dead, and you two would have been found on the island with the body. But when you saw me just now in the lake, that makes you witnesses to the fact that I went to the island. And I can't afford that. It would wreck my elaborate alibi.
So, you let the canoe drift. We float to shore in a few days. The story gets out that Stanley Hayes was murdered by a man and a woman who later drowned while trying to cross to the mainland in a canoe.
Right.
And we'll just stand still while you're doing all this?
That isn't a pencil pointing at you through this jacket pocket.
You're bluffing.
Let's take a vote, shall we? Galt?
Bluffing.
Then I'll waste a shot to prove it. I have plenty more.
You've also set your pocket on fire.
And you have tried an old wheeze.
Well, then stand there and let it burn you.
Hey, it is on fire.
Try hitting it with this life jacket, and if that doesn't work, this will.
Why doesn't he come up?
Come on to the pilot house. You'll swim under the boat and try to sneak aboard on the other side.
What are you going to do?
I'm no outboard motor man, but I do know about cabin cruisers. I'll open the throttle and we'll cruise out a few yards. When he comes up, we'll let him come aboard or we'll follow him while he swims 5 miles. Now, hang on.
Phil! Don't cut the motor. It's a trick.
That was a man in agony.
No, Phil. He'll get us back here and he'll come up somewhere else.
Ellen, don't look.
Phil, I'm a nurse and... Oh.
Swam the wrong way. When we started the motors.
The propeller.
Yes. The syndicate will never collect its debt from Stanley Rogers.
But society did.
Yes, Ellen. Another tool of the syndicate has been destroyed. Let's hope it won't be the last.
Mr. Galt, will you tell me why this had to happen?
Because that octopus known as the syndicate wanted to control your multi-million-dollar traction business. They courted your nephew's acquaintance and got him in with a fast crowd.
When he wrote worthless checks, they threatened him with court action unless he...
That's right. He had his choice of killing you or being killed. Had he been successful, they would have held the threat of murder over him until he signed away his shares of the company. I'm terribly sorry this had to happen.
It didn't have to happen. If he'd only told me...
Phil, we must go.
Yes.
Take the cruiser and leave it at the mainland. If you don't mind, I won't walk down to the landing with you.
We understand, Mr. Hayes. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Galt, how do you know so much about this?
Well, a lawyer has his own sources of information, and you realize I must protect them.
Yes, of course. Keep on fighting, Mr. Galt. I wish more of us could join you.
Good night.
Well, thank heavens we don't have to go home by canoe. Still, I'll never get in one again as long as I live.
Never make definite statements, Ellen.
I mean it. I wouldn't get in a canoe again to save my life.
Definite statements are easy to make, but difficult to keep. Oh, here's the landing.
But where's the cruiser?
What? It isn't here.
But it has to be.
Look out there on the moon path.
Oh, no. It's the cruiser.
I'm afraid I didn't tie it very tight.
You didn't tie it, period.
Well, it's still away.
Not the canoe.
Moonlight night?
But I said I'd never...
Water and moonlight?
Oh, well, lead the way.
The Whisperer.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting. Rogers was killed in boating accident.
We will tear up his checks. For further instructions, call Birmingham at midnight.
Birmingham at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Jerry Hausner, Julius Kralbein, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Speaking. Are you ready?
All ready. What are my instructions?
Now.
Now. Check.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Dr. Lee's office, we find Ellen Norris, the doctor's nurse and the only other person besides the doctor who knows of Phil's dual identity, watching anxiously as Phil, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, makes his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Slade, given instructions. Will report progress.
Now?
That's right, Ellen. Now.
What does it mean, Phil?
You mean specifically? I don't know. It's designed to set something in motion right now.
Someone's murder.
When the syndicate gives that kind of an order, it usually means at least one murder.
And you had to pass the instructions on.
Just another indication how the syndicate works, Ellen. One hand never knows what the other hand is doing. This Slade is probably from out of town. He has his instructions already. All he was waiting for was the word to start. I had to give it to him.
Every other time, Phil, you had a lead of some kind to help. You knew who the victim was, you knew what was going to happen, and you could do something about it. But now...
Yes.
What are you doing, Phil?
The only lead I have is the telephone number where I reached Slade.
But how are you...
The phone company won't give it to me, but the police can get the address.
Lieutenant Denver?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, honey. Homicide, please.
I have an idea the lieutenant's already suspicious of your extra-legal activities, Phil. How long...
Hi, Lieutenant. Need a favor. Uh-huh. I've got a phone number. I need the address. Cheshire, 1789. That's right. No, it's just a little checking on a client. Yeah, I'm at Ellen's office. Thanks.
He must be in a good mood.
The lieutenant's plenty smart, Ellen. He knows I wouldn't want the address for any reason that might kick back.
Little does he know.
In this case, what he doesn't know might save him some grief.
If you can stop whatever it is from happening.
Yes, if. Sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of late, and I'm going to be on the move pretty soon. How's about meeting you later for supper? You can get a sandwich now, maybe take a show or something, and then I'll join you.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's past dinner time already, and you haven't had anything to eat since lunch.
I know. I'm starving.
Well, then.
And every time I have an appointment with you for dinner, it's always delayed anywhere from 3 to 5 hours.
Well, you see what I mean? The best thing right now is for you to grab a bite and meet me later.
Consequently, since I'm a creature of habit, I've got myself into the habit of irregular dinner hours.
Now's your chance to get regular.
I'm staying with you.
But don't you...
No buts. I'd be wondering about what was happening all the time. Ruin my digestion. I'm with you, lover.
No, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Yes, I know where that is. Uh-huh. Well, thanks. I'll split my fee with you on this case.
Got the address?
Yes.
You're not very happy about it.
Well, it isn't a house. It isn't listed under any name. It's the Lyceum Theater. A pay station, backstage.
Oh?
Coming?
With you, lover. Oh, look what's playing, Phil. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that ought to be a nice way to spend an evening in the theater.
Maybe it'll be more entertaining backstage.
Not that I don't think you're brilliant, darling, but just how are you going to get any information if that phone was a pay station? Seems to me this job's just about hopeless.
Just about hopeless for the somebody on the other end, too, Ellen. We've got to try. Here we are. Let me do the talking.
Don't I always?
What can I do for you?
Hello, old-timer. We're looking for someone.
Figured that. Who?
Fellow by the name of Slade.
Slade?
That's right.
Don't know any Slade.
Not connected with the company?
Nope.
Can anybody come off the street and use that payphone on the wall over there?
Nope.
Anybody use it in the last half hour?
Nope. Oh, say, wait a minute. Yeah, there was somebody come along with Judy. Hung around the phone right around 7:30. When it rang, he answered it. Guess it was for him, all right.
I see.
You say he came in with Judy?
Uh-huh.
Can we speak to her?
Well, if you want to wait around, you probably can. She went out about 5 minutes ago.
Went out?
With the man who answered the phone?
A minute after. She asked me which way he went, and she went out. Kind of in a hurry, too. And she's due on the stage in about 15 minutes. If she don't get back quick, they'll probably have to use her understudy.
I see. You don't know where she went, do you, old-timer?
Well, she lives across the street and down a block. Hathaway's.
Hathaway's?
Second-hand furniture store. Her uncle owns it. Living quarters upstairs. She lives there now to be near the theater.
Thanks.
But she ain't there.
Oh?
Leastways, she's not answering the phone there. Deauville, the director, called and got no answer.
Oh, thanks. Let's go, Ellen. Hathaway's. Oh, here it is.
How do you do?
Mr. Hathaway?
Vladimir Hathaway, at your service.
We're looking for a young lady by the name of Judy.
Oh, why, Judy is at the theater down the street. She's appearing in Romeo and Juliet. But I don't think you'll be able to speak to her, not until she's off stage.
Well, she's not there. She came home. She does live here.
Why, of course. Judy's my niece. Of course she lives here, upstairs. But she isn't home. I'd know if she were. She left here almost an hour ago.
And didn't come back?
No, of course not.
Oh. Quite a shop you have here.
Thank you. Could I interest you in some furniture? I have a dining room set that's almost new right over here.
No, thanks.
A lounge chair, most comfortable thing in the world.
We'll think of you when we set up housekeeping.
Oh, I thought you were...
Married? Not yet.
Judy has a friend by the name of Slade, hasn't she?
Slade? Why, not that I know of.
You know anybody by that name?
Slade? No,
Well, I don't think we can do any good here, Ellen.
Is something wrong with Judy?
For a loving uncle, you finally came around to getting concerned. I don't know if anything's wrong.
But if anything is wrong, I would like to know.
We're trying to reach a fellow by the name of Slade, and Judy apparently knows him.
Oh, I see. Perhaps one of her actor friends. I don't know them all. It's hard to keep track of...
Phil.
I heard it.
I beg pardon?
That was a shot. Where's the stairway to the upstairs?
A shot?
That's right. Where is it?
I am a little hard of hearing. But what kind of shot, you?
Pistol, if I'm not hard of hearing. Where's the stairs?
But if it's a shot...
Stop stalling, Hathaway. Ellen, try that door.
Here, Phil.
Yes, through that door and up the stairs to the right.
It was a shot, Phil.
I know. Through here, Ellen.
I did it. I did it.
Phil. on the floor.
I see him.
Phil,
He's dead.
I shot him.
better let me have the gun, Judy.
I shot him.
Slade?
I shot him.
All right, you shot him. Is his name Slade?
Yes.
Better give me the gun, Judy.
No.
Come on, Judy.
No.
What's happened? Judy, where's David?
Stay away. All of you get back.
You can't run away.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Quick, after her. Locked. Come on, Hathaway, a little help here. Come on, let's go. Let's try this one. It's locked, too. Any other way out, Hathaway?
What?
Any other way out?
Yes, through that back door, but it opens on an alleyway.
No, it
and then-
doesn't matter. She's gone by this time.
What's this room? What do you do here, behind the showroom?
I do stone cutting, a hobby. Hey, they're gone.
Gone? What's gone?
My diamonds.
You cut diamonds for a hobby?
David. David took them.
Whoa, that's the second time David's cropped up. Who's David?
He must have taken them.
All right, now, who is David?
They were going to get married. David and Judy. All arranged. When the show closed, get married.
Was he here when we came in?
Yes. Upstairs with Judy.
And Slade?
Yes.
You lied to us then.
Yes. I was afraid. Slade came in and started talking to me about buying some furniture. Just waiting. And then Judy came running in and they both went upstairs. And David was there.
Not when we got there.
How did he get out?
Probably hiding right in this room here when we went upstairs.
All right, Mr. Hathaway. You better call the police.
Police? Oh, yes. The diamonds.
No, Hathaway. The dead man. Homicide.
Yes. Yes, Judy shot him.
That's right. But he had a gun in his hand, Hathaway. It was probably self-defense.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Our man Slade has been killed. We will put Operation X-22 into effect. Rocco, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the north side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Nick, urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the east side of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you to David Clark. Shoot to kill. Urgent. Operation X-22. You will cover the south and west sides of Central City. Use every available man. Find Judy Forrest. She will lead you
Come on, sit down, Phil.
No, thanks.
What's wrong, Phil? You look as if...
Operation X-22.
What's that?
A dragnet. A syndicate dragnet.
For Judy?
Uh-huh. Poor frightened kid.
To kill her?
Her and David Clark.
Why?
If I knew that, I'd probably understand a lot of things, Ellen. Like why Hathaway is such a confounded liar.
What chance does she have, Phil?
None.
What are we going to do?
Try to find her before the syndicate does. Try to find her.
All right, Phil.
Finish your sandwich.
Mm-mm. I've just lost my appetite.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. A dragnet, not a police dragnet, but a syndicate dragnet, more deadly, more vicious, with orders to shoot on sight. Philip Galt, in his guise as the Whisperer, has passed along the syndicate's orders. And now, without knowing where Judy Forrest is, he must protect her from the dragnet he himself set in motion.
Seems like such a hopeless task, Bill, finding Judy.
We have one lead, Hathaway.
Seems like such a bewildered kind of man, Phil.
Much too bewildered.
What do you mean?
Those diamonds of his, for one thing.
What about them?
Diamonds in a broken-down place like that? And first he said they were his stones, a hobby. Then he said it was part of a job and they belonged to someone else. No, Ellen, something's wrong there.
You didn't have to take the car if you wanted to go back to a store, Phil. You're going past it now.
Uh-huh.
Why?
In case the store is being watched.
By whom?
The syndicate, Ellen. This is a logical place for them to pick up a lead, too. We just walk in off the street, we look like customers. We drive up, they take special notice of us and the car.
Oh.
We'll park down here and walk back.
Phil, any ideas why Judy shot that Slade fellow?
None.
Or how David is mixed up in it?
No. But I can take a guess.
Okay. What's your guess?
My instructions to Slade were now.
That's right.
We find Slade in Judy's apartment. Therefore, whatever Slade was going to do, it had something to do with Judy or...
David.
Yes.
And Hathaway said David and Judy were going to be married.
Mm-hmm. And Slade was probably going to kill one of them.
Maybe both. Oh, all right so far. Now, what about the diamonds? What about David taking them?
That's something I can't even guess about. Here we are.
Yes? Can I help you?
I thought the police would be here by now, Hathaway.
Police?
You know, the body upstairs.
Body? Upstairs? I don't understand.
Oh, so that's the way you want to play. Ellen.
Yes, Phil?
Take a look up there, huh?
All right.
You must be mistaken. There is no body upstairs. I can't understand what you mean.
Who took it away?
You must excuse me. I'm very busy.
And what about the diamonds that were stolen? Reported that yet?
Diamonds? Stolen? I have no diamonds. Now, please, I don't know what that young woman is looking for in...
Don't you, Hathaway!
My tie, you're choking.
A woman's life is at stake, Hathaway.
No, he's not there. There's nobody upstairs.
I know. Well, Hathaway?
What do you want?
Where's Judy?
I don't know.
What do you know, Hathaway? Do you know the syndicate has a dragnet out for her?
No, I...
Oh,
no.
yes.
I don't know where she is. They will kill me, they will.
Who will?
The syndicate.
The diamonds, cutting them up and passing them along. Part of the syndicate. A small link in the chain.
David.
What about him?
He stole them from me. I'm responsible for them. I don't know what they'll do to me now.
What about Slade?
I don't know about him. David, part of the syndicate, wanted to quit. Judy wanted him to quit so they could get married. She didn't want him involved in...
So Slade came around to kill David.
Yes.
And Judy shot Slade to prevent him from killing David.
Yes, please. Please, you got to protect me. They came and took Slade away. They must be watching this place. Maybe even now, they know you are here. They know I've talked to you.
Where's Judy?
I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know.
And David?
You are not with the syndicate.
I'm trying to help Judy.
Yes. I don't know where he is, but I can tell you where he lives.
Where?
1677 Cedar Lake Drive.
Have you told anybody else?
No.
Didn't they ask you?
I told them I did not know. David is a good boy, really. I don't want his life on my conscience.
And Judy?
Maybe she's there with him. She's my niece. Really, she is. I love her. I love her like she was my own child.
Comes out in the night, out of all the dirty, rotten cesspools. The slimy things, arms and tentacles of the Octopus Syndicate. Touching a good kid, touching a girl whose only sin is to love someone caught in their web.
Please, you can't do anything. You can't stop them. You don't know them. When they start out to do something, they finish it.
Yeah. Well, what about those stones? Why'd David take them?
I don't know. Maybe because he wanted to hit back at them.
Phil, let's hurry.
They will be following.
We'll go out the back way. Our car is parked in the next street. We'll go through the alley. After, I give the police an anonymous tip. Well, is it clear, Ellen? Does it begin to make sense?
Yes, Phil.
David wanted out. He wanted to quit the syndicate, and they wouldn't let him. Afraid he might inform on them. So they had Slade waiting and ready, and the Whisperer said now. And Slade went after David at Judy's place, only Judy shot Slade first. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense another way, too.
How?
What happens when the Whisperer quits?
He won't.
They got a dragnet out for him, too.
He won't quit. Not until the whole organization is exposed and destroyed.
And what happens when they find out the Whisperer is really Phil Galt?
They won't find out.
Oh, you're always so positive. You're always so sure. But one day you'll make a slip, or they'll begin to suspect. All they have to do, Phil, just suspect that Phil Galt is a Whisperer.
Now, this is Cedar Lake Drive. Can you spot some of the numbers?
You haven't even been listening.
Yes, I have, Ellen. Where are we?
1400 block.
And it's 2 streets down. Reach around behind you, sweetheart, and take out that package, will you? Yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Open it. That's right. I'm going to pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way back.
But what is this, Phil? Strings, rubber bands, elastic? Attached.
Cute, isn't it?
There's nothing cute about a gun.
That's a 25, a toy.
A toy that can kill.
Here. I'm going to put it on under my jacket.
But what are all those rubber bands and things?
Well, that was originally designed for a card shop, Ellen. You know, to drop aces out of a sleeve at the propitious moment.
Oh? But the gun?
That's my refinement. Instead of having an ace up my sleeve, I've got a 25. All I have to do is drop my hand fast, and the gun falls into my palm. An ace, too. An ace of spades.
Phil.
I want you to stay here.
No.
This might be dangerous. I want you to stay here.
No.
Now, please, honey.
No.
All right. We got to hurry. I don't think we've been followed over here. They'd have shown up by now. Maybe we can get there before the shooting starts.
That's why you've strapped on that contraption.
Just precaution.
Uh-huh. That's how certain you are you'll be able to get out of this without shooting. Those buildings are fire traps, Phil.
Converted to rooming houses.
Yes?
Oh, David Clark in.
How am I supposed to know? You think I keep track of all the people who go in here day in and day out? I'll never get any of my work done.
If you'll just tell us what apartment he's in.
Apartment? Upstairs. When you get to the top floor, there's a stairway to the attic. That's his apartment.
Thank you.
Thank me for nothing. Just keep the place decent. No hijinks, parties, and loud music. I got my other roomers to think about. I can't allow
Yes,
any...
of course. Thank you. So far, so good. If he's up there, if they haven't found out.
And Judy?
She's probably with him. That's why I think they're here. Hold up.
Stay.
Good to work off a heavy dinner.
What dinner? Shall I knock? Well, what do we do?
Just go in.
Nobody home.
Well, it appears the birds have flown.
Hold it. Don't turn around. I've got a gun.
Oh. It's quite a trick, hiding behind the door so when it's open it conceals you. That's the second time you've done that, Clark.
Judy, see if they're on.
All right, James.
Look for shoulder holsters, jacket pockets, hip pockets.
No, he isn't.
All right, go through her purse.
Excuse me. It's perfectly all right.
You don't have to be polite, Judy. Just thorough.
Yes. There's nothing here.
All right. Back across the room, both of you.
What are you trying to do, David?
Who are you?
My name is Galt.
What do you want? How do you fit in this?
I happen to be following a man by the name of Slade. Knew him a long time ago. A hoodlum, murderer, part of the syndicate.
What do you know about the syndicate?
Enough, David. Enough to know that anyone who gets wound up with the syndicate has taken a step he can't take back. Enough to know that if they mark someone for death, there's usually no escape.
There'll be an escape this time.
Not if you go about it this way. I'm here to try to help you.
I don't need any help.
Now, that's silly.
Yes. Please, can you help?
Tell him to put that gun away.
Dave, please.
No, Judy, no. This might be just con on his part. I'm not taking any chances.
You took all your chances when you worked for the syndicate.
Well, I'm not working for them now.
No, you're not. Where are the diamonds, David?
You know an awful lot about me and the syndicate and the diamonds. Now, what else do you know?
Just one thing that makes any sense.
Phil.
Take it easy, lady.
Outside in the street, a car.
It's them. You brought the whole mob.
They didn't follow me.
How else could they get here?
I found out from Hathaway. Don't you think they might have found out, too?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, David, what are you going to do?
Oh, they wouldn't let me quit. Well, I'll see they don't get their lousy diamonds. I'll see to that. The dirty, rotten murders, I'll make them pay.
And Judy?
What about Judy?
Will she pay, too?
Oh, Judy.
David's my fault.
No,
Why?
Judy.
I'm coming into the house.
Judy. Darling, this whole rotten mess, it's my fault, but I can't get away.
Quick, David, what are you going to do? They're coming up the stairs.
I'll show you what I'm going to do. You.
Me?
What do you want with Ellen?
She's coming out with me. Oh, sure, I'm going to get it, but I'll get a few of them first, and you're going to help. You're going to be my shield.
No, David.
Hold on, David.
You hold on. All right, sister, come on.
That's your syndicate training coming through, David, but you're not taking Ellen with you.
No, who's going to stop me? Look, it doesn't mean anything to me not to plug you now, too. Now, up you the hands. Up.
All right, David.
Where did you get that gun? Judy, get back. Here. Judy, the diamonds. Keep them.
David.
Get back. Okay, suckers. David. Judy, I made him pay.
David's dead.
Easy, Judy, easy. Would have been a miracle. You can't run away from the syndicate. And you can't run away from the police.
Still a police car.
I guess they took that anonymous tip.
What's going on up here? Now, who are these dead men? They're blocking my doorway. I told you I run a respectable place, and I don't want any trouble with the police.
I'm afraid you're going to have some.
Well, I'm going to call them. I don't want a bad name on my place.
You're too late on both counts.
Killing, shooting. It'll take a week to get this place cleaned up.
Phil, what about Judy?
The syndicate won't bother her anymore, but the police will want to question her.
But the instructions to find Judy.
To lead them to David.
Oh.
Judy?
He was a good boy. He was. Got mixed up with him. He wanted to quit.
Once you're in, there's only one way out.
They took Hathaway in for questioning?
Yes, in a prison term. And the two syndicate mugs that ran off in the car were killed in a gunfight with the police. You know, Denver's added it all up pretty good for someone who wasn't in on the thing. Slade and 4 other members of the syndicate, dead. David, dead. Hathaway, a fence for stolen diamonds.
And where does that leave Judy?
Well, the police have the diamonds, so the syndicate won't be interested in her anymore. I had a little talk with her.
Oh?
While your back was turned. You know, sweetheart, she's a real trooper.
Yes, I think she'll get over this.
I'm sure she will. I've got her out on bail.
You've got her out.
Uh-huh. I'm going to be handling her case. You know, being an attorney comes in handy at times.
Especially when you can have such attractive clients.
Oh? Is she attractive? I didn't notice.
Why, Phil Galt, you may have been busy tonight, but you weren't blind.
You sound jealous, Ellen. Worried about my conferences with my new clients?
As long as you keep them during business hours, no.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a conference scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow night.
Oh?
Backstage at the Lyceum Theater, after the performance of Romeo and Juliet. Thought you might like to see it.
Why not? 'Tis better to have seen Romeo and Juliet than never to have loved at all.
Hello, New York. Central City reporting. Mission accomplished. David Clark killed, but at great cost to the syndicate. I will check for further instructions.
Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Stacey Harris, Ralph Moody, and Michael Ann Barrett. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with